structure that induce us to contemplate, to consider, and to philosophize upon the common circumstances of the day. The eyes tell us what's happening. The reflective faculties try to explain to us what these happenings mean to us every day. Evidently, we were supposed to do something in this area, or we would not have been given this allotment of faculties. We would not have powers to see what is happening and to think about what is happening unless these happenings had some meaning, some value beyond what we commonly consider. So in our daily living as private citizens, it is not necessary for us to depend upon any of the grand solutions that solve nothing. It is not necessary to follow any system which is based upon merely attitudes rather than reflections and considerations of facts. Bacon refers to the idols of the marketplace, and this is a very good observation. The marketplace is the common world in which we live. The idols of the marketplace are the attitudes, beliefs, and opinions which we cling to because they are held by those in the marketplace. We feel that the marketplace sets the standard which we must all live by. Whatever is believed by the merchant must be believed by the rest of us. Whatever is important to the man trying to make money is important to the individual who would like to try to make money. And that covers most folks before it's over. But the idols of the marketplace are the attitudes, opinions, legislations, policies, and concepts with which we are constantly bombarded. And these are the idols which are not of any valid significance, but they take the place of ideals. An ideal is a concept that is held with reverence. An idol is something that is worshipped for profit in most cases. So the idols we've always done it this way, so we'll keep on doing it. We've had legislations for this, so we'll keep on legislating some more. We have managed to wander through a number of economic crises by old-fashioned policies, so we will continue to wander through, but we won't solve anything. So the idols of the marketplace become the symbols of the practical policies that we are all trying to live by. And for the most part, these policies result in a series of disillusionments. Every day it becomes more obvious to us that these policies are not sufficient. They're not getting us where we want to go. They're not providing us with any securities, and they are not answering any of the questions that come up to us in the course of human anxieties. A recent issue of the Christian Science Monitor has a very interesting and informative article on the Himalayan kingdom of Bhutan. Now, we might not expect everyone to know where Bhutan is, but it is squeezed in the foothills of the Himalaya mountains between India and China. It is a country of about 18,000 square miles with a population of somewhere between 2 and 3 million. It is a Buddhist country and the last stronghold of Buddhist theocracy, I guess, in the world today. Even here, the theocratic aspect has been minimized, and the present king, a young man with very modern attitudes, is desperately trying to bring his country into some form of stability. The point of view is very basic. Bhutan is now, according to the official statements, about to join the 20th century. And they are very uncertain as to whether they're going to survive this joint. Because the moment they come into the 20th century, the Chinese have their eye on them on one side, The Hindus have their eye on them on the opposite side. And all nations with importing and exporting interests have both eyes on them. These people lived quietly in a sheltered little kingdom. They had no money to speak of, but they had no poverty practically, because everyone was equally indigent but comfortable. They were ruled over by a rather benevolent young man who apparently was very much interested in trying to keep the country on.
Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityurma amritam gamaya om shanti shanti shanti. Om, lead us from the unreal to the real, lead us from darkness unto light, lead us from death to immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. Good morning and namaste everybody. This morning, the subject is very interesting. Asangoham. I am unattached. I am without attachment. The self without attachment, this is the subject we're going to talk about. I remember reading about this young man who saw Swami Vivekananda at his own house. Swami Vivekananda visiting Trivandrum in 1892, before he came to the West. So he stayed at the house of this person, Ramaswamy, K. Ramaswamy Shastri. So in his reminiscences, he says that Swami Vivekananda came to our house and he stayed with my father. I was a young boy at that time. One day, Swami Vivekananda said to me, "You are young yet, but I hope one day you will reverentially study the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Brahma Sutras, the Prasthanatraya, the foundations of Vedanta, as also the Puranas, the Itihasas, and the Agamas. You will not find the like of them anywhere in the world." These are Swami Vivekananda's words. And then, very interesting, he said to this young boy, "The essence of all these sacred books I will tell you. Always remember them and try to live up to them." So Swami Vivekananda said, very interesting, 4 A's in his inimitable way. He said, Abhaya, fearlessness; Ahimsa, non-violence; Asanga, non-attachment; and Ananda, bliss. Again, Abhaya, fearlessness; Ahimsa, non-violence; Asanga, non-attachment; and Ananda, bliss. So Ramaswamy Shastri, he says that, I don't know how much I understood at that time, but I took it to my heart, and ever since in my life, I've tried to live up to these ideals and practice them in my life. But remember, notice the word Asanga is there. Among the 4, the third one is Asanga, non-attachment. That is our theme today. I remember when I was a novice, the ashram I joined under, there was a very great monk, whom I shall not name. I'm very, very grateful to this wonderful, one of the most wonderful monks I have seen in my life, because my entire spiritual life has been shaped by him, so to say. In my initial days as a monk, all my training, the formation of my monastic life, I entirely owe it to him. So this wonderful Swami, one day I asked him, what is your spiritual practice? What is your spiritual practice? And he answered in one word, Asanga, non-attachment, detachment. He said, Asanga. So this is what we're going to talk about. Just to get something out of the way first, it is not just the Asanga, the non-attachment of the monk that we're talking about. Yes, as a monk, we walk away from our families, from special relationships with human beings, from possessing money, from owning property. That is true. So that is the detachment, and definitely it's a characteristic of monastic life. But it is a practice and a principle. There's a philosophy to it, which should be there in everybody's life. I remember having this conversation with another very senior Swami who visited us, Swami Atma Priyanandaji. And we are talking about how this highest Advaita, especially the practice of Asanga, is something that actually the householders, people in the world need more than monks. Because you see, monks cut away the relationships and stay at a distance. You are already protected from many of the ups and downs of the world. But if you're in the middle of, you own property, you have money, you hold a job, you are in the middle with the relations with family and community, you are subjected to so many pressures, pulls and push. So, it is there that this practice, this principle, and this philosophy will come to our help tremendously so. So this is something for everybody. We are not just talking about the external detachment that is, of course, practiced by monks, but something deeper which can be and should be practiced by everybody. And we will see today how an investigation of this leads us to the very heart of the non-dual teaching, the very heart of Advaita Vedanta. Very important. This is one takeaway, and one word takeaway from the whole thing. Asango aham. Asango aham means I am not attached. I am without attachment. What does this mean? How do we practice it? And let us follow this thought and see where it leads us. Specifically, today's theme is based on a verse from a stotra, a hymn, a chant basically, which is popular among monks, not so well known outside the monastic community. It's called the Brahma Jnana Vali Mala, ascribed to Shankaracharya, as many things are. It's just the essence of Advaita Vedanta, non-dual Vedanta, and the way and the practice put in some Sanskrit verses, very simple Sanskrit verses. So today we'll just take up the first verse is introductory, the second verse. Asangoham, 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 punah punah, satchidananda rupoham, ahamevaham abhyaya. Very simple Sanskrit, very rhythmic. Asangoham, I am without attachment. Without attachment am I. Without attachment am I. Again and again, see this truth, consider this truth, meditate upon this truth. Then what am I? Satchidananda rupoham, I am of the nature of existence absolute. Knowledge absolute, bliss absolute, and abhyaya, I am without decay, I am immortal, without change, without death. And then ahameva, I am, I verily am. So we start with that aham eva. Notice your own presence. Let us notice our own I am. Indubitable. The first fact about ourselves, prior to all facts, is this greatest of facts, I am. It is only when this I am shines forth that the rest of the world shines forth. In the words of the Upanishads, Tameva bhantam anubhati sarvam, tasya bhasa sarvamidam vibhati. That shining, everything else shines after it. By its light, everything is lit up. What is that? It is you, the I am. The I am shining, everything else shines. By the light of this I am, which is shining in all of our hearts, I am. By the light of this I am, everything in our lives is lit up. So we start there, the I am. And then we notice, asangoham. What is the nature of this I am? It is claimed that it is without attachment. Now immediately, see, when we think about I am, the first thing that comes to our attention is the body. And we make the first and the fatal error. I am the body. We are aware of it, but we think we are it. We don't even question it. But as the body, I am the body, one cannot be without attachment. The body is definitely very attached. It is affected by everything in the world outside. Food, we need food to sustain this body. We need air to breathe. We need clothes to wear. We are subjected to heat and cold. Everything. We can't say I'm detached from the world. I am the body and I'm detached without attachment to the world. Impossible. You're fully integrated into a physical environment. Uh, so you go around everywhere. People are wearing masks. Why? Because the environment around this invisible COVID viruses are there. It will affect the body. You cannot say I'm detached. Go away, virus. I'm detached. No, you are not. You are very much part of this environment. The body gets affected. I am as the body will not be without attachment. It is not the body. When we say I am, it's not not the body that is meant. It is not even the mind. The mind is very much attached. What happens to the body affects the mind. Sickness affects the mind. Little weakness in the body, little pain in the body affects the mind. The behavior of other people affects the mind. Our own successes and failures affects the mind. Ups and downs. Very difficult to say the mind is by itself detached. It's not detached. It's not unattached. Asangoaham will not apply to the mind or the body. It is to the witness consciousness that I am unattached. It applies there. You see, I as awareness am unattached. I am aware of the mind, I am aware of the body, and through the body and the mind I am aware of the world. But I, the awareness, which is this I am, this is awareness. It is unattached to the world, the body, or to the mind. How this works? First of all, this I am, this awareness, this is where I expend most of my energies trying to explain how am I this awareness. I've spoken about on many occasions. I refer you back to those Drigdrishya Viveka and Aparoksha Anubhuti and the Panchakosha Viveka, the Avastatva, the Mandukya. Many methods, methodologies to find out how I am awareness, how I am consciousness. I am not the body, not the mind. I am the witness of the body and mind. These are changing and unchanging. And consciousness, these are objects. I am sentient, these are insentient. In all of these ways, we are asked to notice and to discern ourselves as awareness apart from the body-mind. Aware of the body-mind, using the body-mind, and interacting with the world, but detached from all of them. Awareness is not attached. To explain this, I will introduce a technical term from Advaita Vedanta, a wonderful term, upadhi. Upadhi. It's very difficult to translate into English, but the examples are simple enough. Upadhi is something that is present near something else and appears to transfer its qualities onto that other thing. For example, a classic example in Vedanta which is given is a crystal, a clear crystal, which is colorless. And then you put a red flower behind this crystal. And once you put the red flower behind the crystal, when you watch it from the other side, the crystal looks red. Colorless crystal, red flower in Sanskrit, spatika. Spatika means colorless, clear crystal. And rakta japa, the red flower, the red china rose, for example, which is put behind the crystal. And from the other side, the crystal now looks red. Put a yellow flower, it looks yellow. Put a pink flower, it looks pink. But the crystal in itself is neither yellow nor red nor pink. Even when it looks color without color, it is without color. It is clear. Even when it looks red, it's actually clear. It's not red at all. Even when it looks yellow, it's actually clear. It is not yellow at all. So, this exactly the same way, the I am, the awareness, when the body is present and I am not aware of myself as the body, when I'm not aware of myself as I'm not aware of myself as consciousness, and the body is present, just like the crystal becomes identified with the red color, I am, this awareness becomes identified with the body, and I feel I am the body. Thoughts, feelings, perceptions in the mind, they are present, but they seem to put themselves in this the clear crystal of awareness, and the awareness, this I amness, becomes pervaded by, as it were, by the mind, and I think, I am happy, I am miserable, I am in pain. All of these things come. The qualities of the upadhi are transferred onto the entity. So the quality, the red color of the flower, it looks as if it is transferred, not really transferred. It looks as if it is transferred to the crystal. The colorless crystal appears red. Similarly, consciousness itself, awareness itself, which I am, now it appears like I am a body. I am a mind. So the body and mind appear, and they appear to transfer their qualities. So I am tall, I am thin. Tall and thin, qualities of the body. But I am tall. I am, the awareness is not tall. How can consciousness be tall or thin? How can consciousness be overweight or skinny? Yeah. Even the qualities of the mind are transferred onto awareness. Happy, sad. These are qualities of the mind, just like the red color of the flower, appearing in the crystal, looking as if it's in the crystal. Similarly, when the consciousness shines upon the misery in the mind, I am miserable. This is what happens. We are unable to distinguish between the two. Even when the body and its qualities appear in consciousness, even when the mind and its attributes appear in consciousness, I, the consciousness, the I am, is asanga, unattached. At no time is the crystal red. At no time am I the I am. Am I a body? Am I the sickness of the body, or the pain in the body, or the unhappiness in the mind? None of them. Though they appear. An eminent Buddhist teacher of Tibetan Buddhism, Jackson Peterson, he sent me a photo recently, a few weeks ago. I think he was having breakfast and he saw this, and he took a picture and he sent it to me. It is a wonderful example of upadhi. What was the picture? He had a glass of clear water, and behind it was a glass of orange juice, yellow. The glass of clear water, colorless. The glass of orange juice, yellow. Now when you look at the glass of water with the orange juice behind it, outside, in another glass, the glass of water now looks like orange juice. Because it's yellow there, and here's the glass of water, the photograph was taken so beautifully. It just looks like two glasses of orange juice. But it's not. The glass of clear water is clear water. There's no color to it. Similarly, the I am, which is not a body, now looks like, feels like, indubitably seems like a body. It's not a mind. Now it feels like, internally, like a mind. I say with confidence, I'm tall, or I'm skinny, or I am happy or miserable, I know so much, I do not know much, I am forgetting. It is awareness, which is aware of all of these things, shining upon them. So Bill was here a few months ago, he was saying, my memory is not what it used to be. He's 96. I am forgetting. So don't be unhappy. You are the one who was aware of the keen memory. And you are the same awareness, aware of the failing of the memory. You are perfectly all right. He chuckled. I don't think he was convinced, but yes. I am unattached. Then only you can say asango aham. Notice this. First of all, of course, you have to go through the process of realizing that I am awareness. This sense of presence which I am. This feeling of I am. Start with that. Notice that it is awareness. And this awareness is in the presence of upadhis. Upadhis, those in English sometimes it's translated as incidental adjunct. It makes nothing clearer. I think the crystal and the red flower example makes it clearer. Or the orange juice glass and the clear water glass, that example makes it clearer. Presence of the body-mind, when we are not aware of ourselves as awareness, we begin to think of ourselves as body-mind. And then we don't think about it, it becomes indubitable. Then we cannot say we are unattached. But as awareness, the I am, which is just awareness, even in the presence of these upadhis, which are not me, but they seem to transfer their qualities upon me, I am still unattached. Even when the glass of water looks orange, like orange juice, it is not at all attached to orange juice. No orange juice is present there in the glass of clear water, though it looks exactly like orange juice. Not a little bit of the red color is present in the clear crystal, though it looks completely dark red, but there is no red color present there. It is unattached to the redness or to the flower. And the glass of water is unattached to the orange juice or the yellow color. You, the I am within us, in us, is unattached to the body and its struggles, is unattached to the mind and its ups and downs forever. This is the meaning of asangoham. Consider light. How light, the sunlight, brilliant day out there. Its sunlight is illumining everything, buildings and roads and people and dogs and trees, everything, flowers, everything is illumined, the brilliant fall colors out there, the water, everything is illumined by sunlight. But the sunlight is not sticky. Sunlight doesn't stick to anything. Light doesn't stick to anything. Here the light illumines everything in the room. The room was empty. Now a few of us have come into the room. The empty room was illumined by this light. Now we are here, we are being illumined by this light. But when we leave, the light will not stick to us. Whatever is present is illumined by light. And the light does not stick to it. Light does not go away with it. Similarly, I am this awareness. Whatever comes, whatever appears in awareness, we illumine. I know, I see, I smell, I hear, I touch, I think, I remember, I perceive. All of this is illumination by I am the awareness. Just like light. Just as light is not attached to the object it illumines, nor is light affected by the object it illumines. If it illumines a clean vessel, it's not that a light has become clean. If a light illumines a dirty vessel, it's a classic example in Vedanta, a dirty pot. Light illumines, shines upon a dirty pot, the light doesn't become dirty. Similarly, when I shine upon a healthy body, I am the same thing. I am not more healthy because the body is healthy. When I shine upon a diseased body, I am, and the body appearing is diseased. I am not diseased thereby. Same with the mind, the ups and downs of the mind. The I am is the witness. I am is the witness of what? Everything. And this witness is like light and Sakshi. Because it is Sakshi, Sakshi means witness. Because it is Sakshi, it is Asanga, unattached. I am unattached to everything because I am like light. Awareness is like light. Aham eva, I am. This presence which I am is like light, unattached to its objects, whatever it illumines, good or bad. It does not become good or bad. Because light illumines a glass of water, does light become a glass of water? No. Because I am, I illumine, I reveal the unhappiness in the mind. Why should I say I am unhappy? No. I reveal the unhappiness in the mind. And you know the amazing thing is, the moment you think like this, not a kind of trying to convince yourself, try to see that it is a fact. When you see this is a fact, the unhappiness in the mind actually calms down. It sort of disappears, dissipates. Even the body, it becomes healthier when we stop clinging to the miseries and the pains of the body. Let the pains and the aches and little, today it's well, tomorrow it's not well, today energetic, tomorrow tired, all in the same day. Energetic, tired, not so well, not attached. I reveal all of it. Let these things come and go. I don't stick to it, just like light doesn't stick to its objects. Just because the body is feeling sick, why should I say I am sick? Just because the light reveals, say, a puddle of dirty water, does the light say I am a puddle of dirty water? No, that's silly. I am the light which reveals a little problem in the body, little problem in the ups and downs in the mind, no matter. Notice another thing, the light is open, it doesn't resist anything. Whatever comes in the light is illumined by the light. Whatever comes to you, to us, the I am is revealed by this I am. We don't resist. The opposite of Detachment is the attachment. An attachment comes with attraction and repulsion. We try to stick on to things which we like. We try to resist and run away from things which we dislike. But light is not like that. Whatever comes within its purview is illumined by it. Whatever goes, it goes. Light does not try to hold on to something. The poet William Blake says, whoever holds on to a joy doth kill the winged life. But he who kisses the joy as it flies lives in eternity's sunrise. So when things come, welcome. Come and stay, have a cup of tea. People come, health comes, illness comes, pleasure comes, pain comes, success comes, failure comes. Good. And like the light, come, welcome. Have a seat, have a cup of tea. You have to go, all right, namaste. Tata. We don't hold on to it, nor do we resist it. By our very nature, the I am is like that. But remember, asanga, because it is detached, it's fine with what comes and goes. At no point is it attached to anything. Therefore, it's not affected. Just because I am aware of a glass of water, do I become a glass of water? That's silly. Similarly, the I am, it shines on everything, it does not become that because it is Sakshi. Because you are Sakshi, this I am the Sakshi, the witness. Therefore, Asanga, say to yourself, Asangoham, I am unattached. Unattached I am. Another approach is the Adhisthana. Adhisthana means the ground of this universe. See, the light example is limited. One must know how to use these examples in non-dual Vedanta. The light example is limited. Light shines on everything, but the light is not everything. It reveals all these things. Light is revealing chairs and people and carpets, the altar. But the light is not a carpet or a chair or people. It reveals everything, that's all. But it's different from them. But this I am, the presence, this is also the underlying reality of whatever it reveals. That's very interesting. It's like a movie screen. On a screen, a cinema plays. There is the hero and the villain and the fights and car chases and explosions and floods and earthquakes and space battles. All of that is taking place. But the screen of the movie is completely unattached. Asangoham. Yeah. It is. Like we say, I am, the screen is. But it is unattached to the movie. In fact, because it is unattached to the movie can play. Imagine if the screen becomes attached. I like this character. Bugs Bunny or Mickey Mouse. I'm going to hold on to that character. Then the movie cannot work. The character cannot come and go. The screen holds on to a character. If the screen dislikes a character, won't let it enter, then the movie cannot work. It has to be completely open to everything, allowing everything to happen, and yet completely detached from everything. So that's the movie screen. The movie screen is absolutely unconcerned. You play a horror movie, you play a tragedy, you play a comedy, a war movie, whatever you play, one after another you play. The screen is completely unattached to any of them. It's completely open to all of them. Whatever comes and goes. Completely non-resistant. Whatever comes, I'm open to it. Welcome. And when it goes, good. Not good riddance. Good. Goodbye. Take care. You're welcome to come and play the movie again tomorrow. And it's perfectly alright with no movie also. It can be a blank screen. At every point, the screen is exactly the same. Notice the difference between the screen and the light example. The screen gives existence to the movie. It is on the ground of the screen, on the reality of the screen, that the movies can play. Similarly, the I am, the Atman, the Brahman, which we are, is not only like a light, but it is also existence. It gives reality to everything that we experience. Everything in our lives, everything in your life is built upon, constituted on, standing on the ground I am. You are the reality of everything in your life, and therefore you are without attachment. Just like the movie screen. to the people who come to your life, to the objects, your property and thoughts and ideas and feelings and opinions, political affiliations. You are unattached. I am. They were not there earlier. They are there now. They will not be there later. I make it all possible because I am. I reveal all of it because I am. I shine. But I am unattached. Asangoham. Without attachment, I am. This is called Adhisthana, the ground of reality. It is the ground of the universe. What is the ground of the universe? You. That presence, I am. How is this possible? How is it that if you are the ground of that, a light can be unaffected by what it illumines. But if you are the reality of something, then whatever happens there should affect you. So for example, it's no use saying that the wood is the reality of the altar and the wood is the ground of the altar. But if I scratch the altar, I am scratching the wood also. If I pollute the wave in the ocean, I am polluting the water also. So it gets affected. How can you say that if you are the ground of everything that we are experiencing, then how can I be unaffected by it? How can I be unattached? Because what happens in the world, if I am the ground of it, it's affecting me. Notice something interesting about the movie and the screen example. The screen and the movie are not at the same level of reality. Compared to the screen, the movie is fiction. At the level of the screen, there is only light and sound. But the characters in the movie, the activity in the movie, the explosions and the earthquakes, they are not real like the screen. They are an appearance. So here I'll introduce one more important term, crucial term in non-dual Vedanta. This is called Vivarta. Vivarta. Vivarta means appearance, the theory of appearance. Without actually being transformed into anything, all those things can appear. The screen does not get transformed into the hero or the villain. It does not get transformed into a volcanic explosion. It does not get transformed into cars and roads. And yet the hero can chase the villain on a car, on a road. All of those appear on the screen. They are not as real as the screen. The reality and the appearance are not at the same level of truth. And therefore, the reality can remain unattached with the appearance. The rope and the snake, in our classic example, are not at the same level of reality. The rope appears as the snake. In Sanskrit, in Vedanta, it is said snake is the vivarta of the rope, the vivarta term. The movie is the vivarta of the screen. Vivarta means appearance, not real transformation. A seed is really transformed into a tree. Milk is really transformed into yogurt. But the rope is not really transformed into a snake. The screen is not really transformed into the characters of the movie. No, those things just appear. In fiction, like a movie, or in error, like a snake. Mirage. The water in the mirage cannot wet even a grain of the sand of the desert. Repeat that. The water, all the water which appears in a mirage, cannot wet, is not enough to wet a single grain of sand in that desert in which it appears. Because it is not real like the desert in which the mirage appears. It is called Vivarta. That's why these examples are favorites of non-dualist teachers. Is it possible that this whole universe which is appearing is like a movie, like a snake and a rope, like the mirage in the desert? A good example is our dreams. The mind by itself, when we fall asleep, the mind by itself can project an entire world. There are people and places and activities and good and bad, and you are yourself there in your own dreams. You are yourself enjoying or mostly suffering. All of that is projected by you, the mind of the dreamer. Notice that the mind does not become any of those things. It only appears as those things. Not that you become a tree or a house or a place. It's imagined in the mind. Very vividly so. And so therefore you can say, I, the dreamer, am completely unaffected by my dream. Terrible financial loss in the dream. You are none the worse off when you wake up. being chased by a lion in the dream. You are not scared at all when you wake up. Because those things are not real. They appear in you. You are the ground of that dream. Because of vivarta, you can be the reality and not be affected by what is happening in the appearance. The reality is not affected by appearance. So this is an important concept in Advaita Vedanta. Whatever appears in consciousness is vivarta, an appearance in consciousness. Not that consciousness has become those things. Whatever appears to you, the presence, I am, your world, people, events, whatever is happening in the body, whatever is happening in the mind, they are all appearances to you that I am. And they are appearances. They are not as real as the I am. Because they are vivarta of the I am. They are appearances of the I am. The I am is unaffected by it all. Very crucial. It's important for the peace of our mind. If one has grasped this, even in understanding, even before it becomes a vivid reality. It is a vivid reality. It's our misfortune that we don't see it. But once you grasp it, you can really enjoy life. Nothing in life really, it will not bother you, it will not upset you. You can enjoy life and you can contribute your best to life. You can live life to the fullest. Advaita Vedanta, non-dual Vedanta is not for wiping out the experience of life. You don't have to switch up the movie. If the movie upsets you, you don't have to switch up the movie. You just have to realize, oh, it's a movie after all. Similarly, in life, I am aham eva, but asango aham. I am not attached to anything. Because of this. Because why? Because of upadhi. Because of sakshi, witness. Because of adhisthana, it is the ground of all reality. And because of vivarta, that it is everything is an appearance in consciousness. Everything is an appearance of you, the I am, to you, in you. And therefore it cannot affect you. You can say, I'm open to it all. Everything will come. I resist nothing. Nor do I stick to anything. Nor do I pursue anything. I enjoy it all as it comes and goes. In deep serenity and peace, I can honestly say, asango aham. Unattached am I. Asango aham, punah punah. Again and again I can say, I can notice this about, it's a fact about me. Advaita Vedanta is not about wiping out the experiences of life. Sitting quietly in meditation, I don't want to confront life. No, there's a new term for it. Spiritual bypassing. You can confront all the problems of life with the clear feeling, asango aham. I'm completely unattached with this little pesky little problem. Now let me deal with it. To the extent possible, we'll deal with it. We can deal with illness. We can deal with economic problems. We can deal with our academic problems, our relationship problems. Whatever problems are there in life, you can deal with it. Things will be slightly better or slightly worse. Fine. As long as asango aham. I am not really affected by any of this. I was there before all of this. I am exactly the same during its existence, and I will remain exactly the same. I am this presence after it has gone. Now, one more observation. Notice that not only are you, the I am, not attached to anything, but nothing is attached to you either. That's the amazing thing in life. Quite apart from philosophy, quite apart from all of this Vedanta, non-dual Vedanta, just look at the facts of life. Who is attached to you? Which person is permanently tied to you? Nobody. Parents and grandparents, they grow old and they die and pass away. Children grow up and go away. Husbands, wives, spouses, partners, they come and go. Your bosses, co-workers, your juniors, they come and go and float around in your life. They were not there at one time. What was not there to begin with, it may be there now, but be assured it will not be there. Good or bad does not matter whether you like it or dislike it, they will go on. Objects. How many things have passed through our lives? Gadgets and furniture and artwork and so on. Many things have come and gone in our lives. food, a Buddhist meditation exercise, very interesting. He says, imagine the amount of food that you had for breakfast and for lunch. Put it all, your breakfast and your lunch in front of you, and your dinner in front of you. And then add yesterday's lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner on the same table. And then day for yesterday's. Imagine the pile of food growing. Soon it will be bigger than the table. Just your lunch and dinner and breakfast. Bigger than the whole table. And then shift it out to your floor. Within, if you put a few days worth of food, which we have eaten ourselves, and it will overflow your carpet space. You have to take it out to your lawn. Very soon, if you imagine the amount of food I have eaten, the description is buckets of rice and entire cauldrons of dal and huge cauldrons of vegetables, all on the lawn arranged. You'll think, which demon ate all that? That's me. I did. Imagine the food that we have eaten in 1 year. Mountains and lakes of soup and vegetables and rice and whatnot. And the amount of food that we have consumed in 30, 40, 50 years, 80 years of life. That has all come and flowed through this body. None of it stays. Nothing in this world, objects and people and relationships, the places that we have been to, they all come and go. None of it sticks. Not only am I unattached to the world is also unattached to me. It's my foolishness that I try to hold on to it. You may say in all of this, Swami, it is all good philosophy. But we are ignoring one thing. Maybe because you are a monk, you are mentally not attached to things. But we are people in the world. We are attached to people. We are attached to places. We are attached to little objects and things. So many attachments. You are not. You think you are. Consider the greatest attachment. And one monk said this. A mother with her child. A young mother with her baby. The greatest attachment in the world. And that has to be, because that's how the baby is taken care of. But when that mother finally falls asleep, I am told that young mothers hardly get much sleep. So when she finally falls asleep at night, she forgets the most precious thing in her own life, the baby. And she happily goes into deep sleep. She forgets the world, the baby, her own body, everything, and goes into deep sleep, not attached. If you are really that attached, you would be desperately unhappy going off to sleep and losing contact with the baby. No. You're not going to lose. We don't think in this way. It's a weird way of thinking. But it's true. Even the greatest of attachments, how long do you think about it? Once in a while. Whether it's money or possessions or gadgets or dog or whatever it is. It comes and goes. You are not really attached to it. You think you are attached. You are not attached. Every night you lose sight of everything that you think you're so attached to. All gone. And no guarantee that you'll ever wake up. So, nothing in the world, even this precious body, is attached to us. It changes. Youth and middle age and old age, death. Body also goes. Body is not attached to me. My most precious memories, my knowledge, all the knowledge I've accumulated, reading books over years and years, it fades away. And then one little stroke or Alzheimer's or something, it will simply go. All my skills, abilities, my health, all goes. Nothing in the world is attached to us. Money is the least attached to you. In India they say Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, is restless. She doesn't stay with you. It comes and goes. It circulates. And that's good. You know why it's good? When we hold on to something, when we are attached to something, we hold on. We think, I am holding on to money, to people, to places, to gadgets. I'm holding on to it. It's mine. When you are holding on to something, notice something. I'm also trapped here. I'm not free anymore. I'm caught. I cannot go anywhere. I'm caught. If more we hold on to something, the more we are caught. Sri Ramakrishna gave the example of a river in full spate. There's a flood tide is going on, and things are being swept away, and the villagers, poor villagers, looking at all those nice things being swept away. And one man couldn't take it anymore. He saw that fine rug being swept away. So he jumped into the river and mightily swam up to the rug. When he went up there, he saw it was a bear being washed away. And of course, the bear caught hold of, bear hold of the man. And the people on the bank shouted, "Let go of the rug, you will drown." And the man shouted back, "I let go of the rug doesn't let go of me." That's the nature of attachment. When we mentally attach, we become stuck to it. Say asango aham. Not only am I detached from everything, nothing is attached to me at all. Nature is ever in change. The Buddhist monk who said, "This too shall pass, O king." You know the story. The Buddhist monk came to visit a royal court, and the king complained, "Oh, revered sir, my troubles are endless. The kingdom is surrounded by enemies, and we haven't had a good harvest in years, and people are in poverty, and my ministers are corrupt, and my young son, the prince, is doesn't seem to be interested in learning how to rule the kingdom. Oh, what will I do?" And the monk said, "This too shall pass, O king." And then he went away. 20 years later, he came to the same kingdom. And the king was very old by that time, and the monk was also old. And he came, and the king recognized him. He said, "Oh, monk, you had visited us 20 years ago. Well, I'm glad." And he said, "How are things, O king?" "Oh, I'm glad to report things are much better. We have made peace with the enemies, and there have been bountiful harvests, and the people are happy, and the corrupt ministers have been replaced. And the prince, oh, how wonderful. He has come up to be a most upstanding young man, and I'm so glad I can leave the kingdom to him with peace of mind." And the monk said, "This too shall pass, O king." Every situation passes away. So, asangoham, say asangoham. That is the fact of life. It seems to be something that monks practice. It seems to be a spiritual practice. It seems to be a philosophy. But ultimately, it's just a fact of life. It's good to recognize it. You'll be happy that way. Our mistake is to think that by catching hold of things and being attached, we'll be happy. And we take a lifetime to learn the lesson. That's not the way to be happy. The way to be happy is to be asanga, unattached, and enjoy everything that comes. By that I am, but I am unattached. Asango aham. Then what is the nature of this I am? Satchidananda Rupoham. The standard Vedantic teaching. This unattached I am. What is this I am? This presence. Notice, it is Sat, Chit, Ananda. What does it mean? I am. I exist. The very meaning of I am is I exist. This isness, this existence, not body, not mind, by itself is Sat. Just being, just this isness, just this presence. I'm not talking about anything mystical. You can all feel it right now. That is the first fact, the primordial fact about ourselves, that I am. This is called Sat. But this I am is, normally we think I am this body. It's a limited existence. How? I am here, not there. I'm limited in space. I was born in such and such time, and I will die at such and such time, this body. That's also limited in time. I am this one and not that one. This is called limitation in object. All these limitations, if you remove these limitations, if you look at I am by itself, the isness is not limited anywhere. That isness is not only here, it's there and there and there. It's everywhere. So, that isness, unlimited isness is called Sat. Not the isness of one body. The unlimited existence is Sat. The unlimited awareness, that awareness which is behind all thoughts and all perceptions, good and bad thoughts, intelligent and foolish thoughts, all these fleeting thoughts come and go. In the background is one awareness. That's also part of the I am. Part means it's one aspect of the I am. That is called Chit. Unlimited awareness. Unlimited existence, Sat. Unlimited awareness, Chit. And Ananda, bliss, is this very unlimited nature of existence awareness. See, bliss, Ananda, is not a particular kind of pleasure, not a particular kind of joy. It is that unlimited nature of existence and awareness. That itself is called bliss. In Sanskrit, Purnatvam or Ananta, infinite, infinitude. Not a limited existence, not a limited awareness, but unlimited awareness existence itself is bliss. You see, now bring the two other concepts which we talked about. Import them into this concept. The two concepts are Upadhi and Vivarta. Upadhi, remember, like the orange juice present near the clear water, making the clear water look yellow, or the red flower present near the crystal, making the crystal look red. Upadhi, bring it here. What is Upadhi here? This very existence awareness, Sat Chit. It appears as existing bodies and existing minds. So, these are Upadhis. Body, mind, they appear. And they appear to put their qualities, like the red flower making the crystal look red, like the orange juice making the clear water look like orange juice. Similarly, the body makes the I am look like I am a body. The mind, thoughts and feelings, makes the I am look like I think, I feel, I am happy, I am unhappy. No. You are. And in your light, these upadhis are shining. They are appearing to put their qualities on you. Be careful. You are not happy or sad. You are the I am in which the happiness and sadness are appearing. Just like the red color of the flower in a crystal. Or the orange color of the orange juice in, the yellow color of the orange juice in the clear water. So this is upadhi. And so you see, so the I am, the business awareness is there, and plus there is the body and mind, these things are also there. No. Bring in the second concept, vivarta, appearance. Bodies and minds are appearances of the I am. Very deep concept here. The I am, the screen itself is appearing as the movie. There is no separate body and mind. See, when you talk about crystal and flower, they are two separate things. The red flower puts its red quality apparently in the crystal. That's one concept. That's a concept of upadhi. But now, imagine there's no separate red flower at all. It's just the I am, the consciousness, which projects vivarta, like a snake appearing in a rope. Body and mind appear. And then that body and mind function as upadhi. By vivarta, the I am appears as body, mind, universe. And because they are like upadhis, they appear to put their own qualities upon the original I am. I'll repeat that. It's a crucial concept in Advaita Vedanta. The I am. Start with it. It's our experience. I am. The experience of I am. This I am now appears, vivarta, like rope snake, appears as body, mind, universe. First, it's vivarta. This body and mind and universe, which are nothing but that I am, which I am, that now starts putting its own qualities on the I am. The I am now looks like I am a body, I am a mind, I am a person. I am, the limitless I am now becomes I am Sarva Priyananda. And what's this? This is a universe apart from me. Although the whole thing is like a snake appearing in a rope, like a movie in a screen, or like a water in a mirage. But it appears to be separate now, and now I start interacting with it. Just like a dream. So these two concepts, bring them, upadhi and vivarta, and it explains how the universe and the body-mind appear in I am. That I am is nothing but existence consciousness, Sat Chit, unlimited existence consciousness. The existence part of it appears as all the objects. The consciousness part of it appears as the witness consciousness. It appears as all the knowers. The consciousness part of it appears as people, the knowing minds, all this which sees, hears, smells, tastes, touches, which thinks, feels, is happy, unhappy. All of these are vivarta, appearances of consciousness. And all the objects that we see, things, they are vivarta, appearances of existence. And all that we value in life, the happiness that we are chasing, the pleasures that we are chasing, the unhappiness that we experience, they are all vivarta, appearances of ananda, the bliss aspect. The chit aspect appears as all the knowers, all jivas, including God, Ishvara and Jiva, they all appear as vivarta, appearances of consciousness. All objects of the universe, from atoms up to stars and galaxies, they appear as vivarta of existence. Existence appears as these things. And all the happiness and sadness in the universe, they appears as vivarta of ananda, of bliss. What is happiness and unhappiness? What is pleasure and pain? So I like the example that Rupert Spira gave. He gave a beautiful example. He says, the vast blue sky is always there. But imagine clouds have come. Now because clouds cover everything, once in a while a patch of blue sky appears. That patch of blue sky which appears and then is covered over again, that is what we call pleasure. The unaffected blue sky in all its vastness and infinitude is always there, but we don't see it. When we see patches of it, we call it pleasure, happiness. And we keep looking for that. And when the cloud comes and covers it, darkness, we call it pain and suffering. But the original blue sky is always there and completely unaffected. That is ananda, bliss. Very nice. It is when the clouds part, a little bit of that ananda shines through, and we call it our pleasure, our happiness, our fulfillment in life. Oh, if only we can hold on to it. But inevitably the clouds come and cover it up. Those clouds we call unhappiness. But behind the clouds, completely unaffected, whether clouds are opening up or closing up, completely unaffected is the entire infinite blue sky, untouched by the clouds. That is Ananda nature. That Satchidananda I am. I am that Satchidananda. Satchidananda Rupoham. Aham Abhyayam. I am undecaying, not subject to death, destruction. Why not? See, what is death and destruction? It is created, it exists, then it was destroyed. It was born and it lived and then it died. That is destruction. That is vyaya, decay and death, old age, disease, death. But creation, now and then, time itself is an appearance in you, the I am. You are not in time. Time is in you. Time cannot destroy. There can be no beginning or end of you in time. Hence you are abhyayam. You are not subject to death. You are not limited by space. Here and there. All of this space, it's actually appearing in you, the I am. The I am is not in space. We think I am a tiny being in the vastness of space. Why? Because I am identified with a body. In a dream, for example, when we are identified with one body in the dream, I am there in the dream, the entire space in the dream looks like a vast world in which I am walking around and experiencing things. But the truth is, when we wake up, that entire thing was in my mind. Similarly, this entire universe is in the I am. Space is in the I am, and the I am is not in space. Therefore, nothing in this space can ever destroy you, can ever affect you or change you. And this I am is non-dual. Other than this I am, nothing else is there. Other than Brahman, other than Satchidananda. If there's something other than existence, it will be non-existent. So there's nothing apart from that isness, the infinite isness awareness, which is our reality, which we are. The I am is abhyaya, is beyond death, beyond disease, completely unaffected. Put it all together. Asangoham, asangoham, asangoham punah punah. Satchidananda rupoham, aham eva aham abhyaya. Aham eva, I verily am. What? Asangoham, unattached am I, unattached am I, unattached am I. Unattached to what? All the appearances. Notice this again and again throughout life. One of the greatest monks I met, I told you, what is your spiritual practice, Swami? He said one word, asanga. And what is my nature then? This unattached I am. Your nature is unrestricted, infinite isness, immortal being. There is no death for you. Death is something that happens in time. Even time is within you, is an appearance in you. Death is something that happens in space. Even space is within you. Satchidananda Rupoham. I am of the nature of infinite isness. I am of the nature of infinite awareness. There is no unconsciousness for you. Even if the mind fails and goes to sleep, the blankness of the mind is also watched by you. See the movie screen. is not only not attached to any of the movies, does not resist any of the movies, is also not unhappy when the movies are switched off. It does not look forward to the rest that, oh, when will they stop playing these stupid movies? I can get some rest. No. And when the blackness is there, it does not hanker. When will the movie start again? Perfectly all right. The presence and the absence of the movies makes no difference to it. It is unrestricted, unlimited awareness. Chit, I am. And remember that vast blue sky. It is of the nature of unlimited happiness, unlimited bliss, which is once in a while manifested to our minds as the little patches of blue sky in the midst of the clouds. But that whole blue sky, I am. Aham eva. That is my real nature. Forever. It is already there. This is the deep philosophy of asanga, the unattached self.
Try to answer them for you. The first one is, Long Po, how do you find courage in the practice? I'm not sure in Pali, the words of the Buddha, there's an exact translation from courage into Pali, but probably combines one or two qualities, I think. Probably the closest one would be virya, energy, because sometimes they call that heroic energy, or the energy of a strong person. Somebody who's trying hard and willing to put forth effort, energy in the face of difficulty. But I wouldn't say that means courage alone. We also depend on other qualities such as patience and mindfulness and wisdom. But I'd say the beginning of courage maybe is the quality of saddha, faith. Many people turn to Buddhist practice because they have noticed they have stress, suffering in their lives, and they're looking for a way out. And when they get some inspiration and faith in the Buddha and his teachings, then maybe the good energy that starts to arise from that gives them some courage to face their problems, try to understand their problems, their stress, and do something about it through the practice. So faith leads on to effort, virya. If you've got no faith, no confidence in the Buddhist teachings, then it's hard to arouse much energy to do the practice. So look up meditation. Probably the hardest part of meditation is being willing to start meditating, to do it. Once you're meditating, well, you need courage as well, and you make the effort, continue the effort as you're meditating. But just getting started is probably the hardest part. And one of the biggest obstacles people have is they have a fear or a worry, a concern that it will be difficult. They say, oh, meditation, my legs will hurt, my back will hurt, it's going to be tiring, my mind is all over the place, I'm going to have to face my confused, proliferating mind. So they shrink back, which is one of the characteristics of fear. You shrink back from doing something such as meditation because you've already imagined all the problems before you've even started, so you don't even want to start. But the courage comes maybe from hearing the Buddha's words, the teachings, or maybe from a living teacher who's wise and peaceful, and you want to follow their example, and what they say makes sense, and their example seems a good example. And also meeting and spending time with Kalyana Mitta, other fellow practitioners who maybe have sila and have wisdom. All of these help you to put forth effort in your practice, to begin practicing, to put forth effort. And so they can bring up a certain level of courage, bravery in your practice. At least being willing to try and overcome some of your doubts and fears. But then as you keep practicing, maybe your own experience gives rise to some knowledge and understanding, wisdom. You see the benefits of what you're doing, and then you get more courage, more strength of mind, more willingness to face things that seem difficult. A bit like a weightlifter starts with lifting small weights, but as they do it more, they get stronger muscles, get more used to it, they can lift more. As you practice, you can face more of these difficulties that you perceive as problems and obstacles in your practice. You can look at them and maybe go through them. Say pain in your legs when you meditate, you can often get to the point where you realize it's very impermanent, and you can see it. It's not really you, it's just a feeling, and you can be more mindful of it. So as mindfulness improves, you get strength of mind, and that is another factor in your courage. Your effort in the beginning is to bring up mindfulness, but as mindfulness is more sustained, that also sustains more effort, and more wisdom arises, more understanding, more knowledge. And that also feeds back into developing more mindfulness, and then you can see better the true nature of things. So you even see fear itself, say the opposite of courage or bravery, is an impermanent sankhara. It's a mental state that arises, passes away. Often we associate courage with just mere physical strength, and having a lot of physical strength can give you courage. It can certainly help if you're healthy, strong, when you have to practice the Dhamma, whether it's doing good, helping people, or keeping precepts, or meditating, whatever aspect, it can certainly help. But it's not a guarantee of courage. People who are very strong can still shy away, back away from even the simplest thing, dealing with their own states of mind. They don't want to face negative states of mind, confusion. They don't want to put up with little bits of pain, say, when they meditate and so on. It's not a guarantee. Physical strength is not a guarantee of courage yet. I remember when I was, the first year I was a monk, I was living in a very small little branch monastery in northeast Thailand, near the Laotian border. And one monk was sent there, a new monk, who was sent there by his parents, a young man who was about 20 years old. They wanted to reform his character, or improve his character, by making him a monk, at least for a while, because he'd been in a gang, and he was always fighting, one gang against another, fighting over different reasons, over territory. I don't know what the details were, but he had been in a gang, and he came to the monastery, and everyone noticed the first day he had a massive scar right down his forehead, which made him look very scary. And he had that side to him.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which I'm about to enter. So help me God.
We do this for a reason. We do this to remind ourselves about what our mission in defending this nation is all about. It's about a legal framework codified in a document, the Constitution of the United States, that has framed this nation for its almost 240 years of existence. That's what we are about. We defend the citizens of this nation and those of our allies and friends around the world, always mindful of the law and the broader nation that we're a part of. And the oath also reminds us about the idea of obligation. In assuming these responsibilities, the nation is counting on us, and that we realize that in executing these duties, we have an obligation over and above that of many other citizens. Whether it's the nature of the information that we're granted access to, whether it's the nation of the task that we are given. I thank each and every one of you that is both here today, as well as those of you more broadly across the enterprise. Our nation is served, in no small part, by the men and women of NSA, and more broadly, those who serve in a myriad of capacities, literally around the world. So I thank you all very much on behalf of the citizens of this nation for your dedication.
I suppose that most of us are so busy trying to keep up with contemporary situations that we are losing track with some of the wisdom of the past. And this is particularly true in the study of the invisible aspects of the human personality. I think we might remember that Ptolemy of Alexandria was the first great astronomer, astrologer of the Western world. And he is the one that gave us what is called the Ptolemaic system of astronomy. In this system, the Earth was placed in the center of the solar system. And above and below were three planets above and three below. The result was carried by flood into music to give us the octave. Nearly all these ancient beliefs have survived in some form or other, but changed in aspects, because the principles remain the same forever. And in this particular case, we are studying the composition of the human being. And our particular problem this morning is to deal with these emotional potentials. So we consider the human being as composed of four elemental structures. These are according to the lower figure in the scale of Ptolemy: the moon, the Mercury, Venus, and the sun. Now these are divided along a line of an intangible but very real structure, which results in the production of the four stages of human life: birth, growth, emotion, and thought. These correspond to the planets. They correspond definitely with Ptolemy's system, and they are the basis of the Rosicrucian systems as expounded by Paracelsus and the Rosicrucians, Flood, and Maya, and others. So this morning we want to study a little bit about this problem of the relationship between the human being and the lower half of the Ptolemaic universe. And in order to do this, we had to start in and divide the system into 4 levels, one above the other. The lowest level being under the moon, the second level being under Mercury, the third under Venus, and the fourth under the sun. These are the ladder steps, the 4 steps of the Eleusinian rites, up which the individual has to ascend in evolution over a period of millions of years, and another kind of immediate appearance in the embodiment which he occupies at the present time. So these steps are represented in our own individual birth patterns. Birth in physical existence comes first. This is under the earth, or the planet Earth. Then comes the moon, governing the mysterious elements of growth, then Mercury, and finally we will come to the sun. But in each of these patterns, we have a factor that we have to bear in mind. For these also are the kingdoms of nature around us. We have the mineral kingdom, which goes to the symbol of earth. We have the oceans, which go to the symbol of water. We have the volcanoes and the natural fires, heats of which come to contact with the element of fire. And we finally have the airy principle, which corresponds to the mind. So these 4 represent the levels upon which the human being functions. And up as a ladder he climbs from birth to maturity. The ladder has its lowest rung on the moment of his birth. And this ladder ends on his coming of age, his 21st year. Now what happens in the interval between these two? First he is born, he gets here. Sometimes it's a more pleasant appearance than others, but he comes in under the element of earth. He then goes into growth under the element of water. He goes into emotion and things of that nature under the element of fire. And he comes to his mental maturity under the element of air. So that the 4 elements become a ladder again. Now in the Rosicrucian system we find a 5th element called Azoth. This is symbolized in an old engraving as a substance concealed in the hilt of the sword of Paracelsus. And very often in pictures of him he is shown with this sword and this inscription. So this represents the 5th element, the quintessence, as it was called, which constitutes also the symbol of the transmutation of metals, or the transmutation of the lower to create the higher or the more divine. Now, when we go into the individual's life, we find that from the first beginning of life, he goes through a recapitulation of the mineral evolution of the planet. He then passes to the water evolution in the second period of life. And then when he comes to maturity, he comes to the air period. In between water and air, he passes through the fire level. Now, his earth period begins at birth and extends while the body is being concreted in the womb. At birth, it enters into the humid principle of water. And in this principle is what is called growth. Here we find everything is concentrated upon the evolution and maintenance of the body and the symbols and energies within it. From about the 10th to 15th year maybe, we find the gradual development of the water factor, the lymphatic factor, and the glandular structure in man. The fire symbol takes over in adolescence and carries up to the beginning of the period of maturity. Now the fire principle is the one we're particularly interested in today. This principle is very well described in the ancient writings. The principle of fire consists of 2 different forms or kinds, heat and light. Also, in the study of things, the mineral kingdom is under the symbol of earth. The various vegetations are underwater. and the animal kingdom is under fire or is part of the emotional structure. It is therefore in the period between about the 12th year and the 21st year that the human being passes through the control of the fire principle. He must face it, and he calls it growth, he calls it unfoldment or maturing, but he is under a tremendous pressure of emotional tension. This is part of the world in which he is now functioning. Now, these worlds don't exist just within himself. They are parts of levels of the body of the planet itself. The planet itself has 7 different bodies, and these bodies are found in various patterns in the solar system, and also in part in the construction of man, who is gradually growing up in the solar system and has now reached the 4th level of solar development. So we have the person in this particular period, we now consider this morning, under the element of fire. Now, this is not fire as we see it burning in a grate. It is cosmic fire. It is psychological fire. It is psychic fire. But it is a tremendous emotional urge. Fire becomes equated with emotion and emotional tensions. And in the world around us, the fire kingdom is the animal kingdom. So that the animal kingdom is, in a sense, recapitulated in the adolescence of the human being. Something has been added because the human being will go on to the next higher level, but the animal must wait. But in the meantime, we have to bear with the fact that in the period of adolescence, the human being is struggling to take over and control one of the most important of all of his vehicles. A vehicle which he almost always takes for granted, but which is giving him a great deal of trouble in these troubled times that we live in now. The emotional nature of the human being is the root of most of the difficulties which humanity is suffering from. And yet this same emotion gives us great art, great music, makes us humanitarians, dedicates us to truth, and does all kinds of wonderful things. But at the same time, uncontrolled and undirected, it becomes a matter of considerable worry. We know back in the medieval periods, when the problem of witchcraft and sorcery was important, that at that time it was said that the so-called astral plane was a wonderful world, a beautiful garden, magnificent flowers growing everywhere in profusion, a place that looked like heaven. But around the stem of every flower was twisted a poisonous snake. This is a curious simile, but there's something to it. For it has to do with gratification of desire, the development and struggle to control the individual's desires. If they control him, the snake is twisted around every one of the emotional flowers. If he can control himself, then these become the great emotional hopes, love, faith, charity, and all the things that we most long for. Now, it's also obvious to most people, I think, that today, that we have not, as a human creation, completely graduated from the fire world. We are supposed to be entering into the air kingdom, but this is the mind. And there are not in many places that we find mind actually in control of the fire element. In the fire element, we have ambition. We have all the mysterious habits and tricks which are coming out every day in dissipation and in the deterioration of our moral code. So while we are passing through a perfectly normal circumstance, for it is part of the great plan of nature to which we all belong, the problem is now at the moment that we're not passing through very rapidly. We are more or less stuck in it. We have not yet reached the point where we can perceive that there are 2 aspects to this fire nature. The so-called desire or astral body consists of 2 different levels, the lower desires and the higher.
The lower desires are very physical, temporal, selfish, and craven criminal. But the higher desires are the transformation or transmutation of the emotional nature from its material aspect to its spiritual and mystical phase or development. So we have this morning to consider something of this particular situation. We have to face certain facts. We have to face that we belong previously to a kingdom of more or less vegetable life. That was the primitive humanity. Primitive humanity we have practically no record of, except their bones in the earth, because they belong to a time long gone. But we know we grew up through them in one way or another. But in that period of time, survival itself was the particular of the entire problem. We were developing along the same lines as plants, flowers, and all kinds of vegetation. In that period came the great trees that lived for 5,000 or 6,000 years, and also little bushes and shrubs that perish in a few hours. Therefore, this growth problem had to do with the seventh phase of our nature, which we have passed through, and has incorporated growth into the third pattern, which is the emotional or desire nature. This desire nature then becomes a dominant factor in our various aptitudes and efforts. Beginning with the adolescent process, the individual begins to develop social consciousness. Social consciousness is a step above absolute dedication to self-survival alone. Plants survive because they have no other way to go. They know nothing else. But beginning with the higher kingdoms and coming on into humanity, we find that there are moral values. Even certain of the animal kingdom are under a strict morality. And little by little, the development of the emotions must be brought under the control of the will, or under the control of the inner life of the person. Now, where is that inner life? That inner life is locked. It is locked within this structure of bodies. It is so locked that in its original and complete form, we are never aware of it. The only way we have awareness is through a certain psychic overtone that comes to us and bestows upon us the great moral codes of the world. Therefore, in our particular problem this morning, we want to study a little bit this problem of the astral light, of the mysteries of the world of eternal illusions leading inevitably to reality. All emotions might be considered to be part of the initiation system of the ancient mysteries. The primary mysteries of antiquity were concerned with the three steps which bring the person up to his own maturity. When he is born completely, he is born with the mind. But up to that time, he has to function by the laws of nature around him, by the traditions of his forebears, and by the reaction which he himself feels to the various pressures and tensions and stress of existence. So the three initiation rites of the ancient mysteries brought the individual to the step of door of maturity, which he had to pass through himself. The fire description comes first. He has to pass through, as listed in the Magic Flute of Mozart, he has to go through the initiations of the elements. And this is what we all have to do, whether we know about it or not. Initiations of the elements, when we have reached our stage, we are assumed to have mastered three of the elements. The fourth is yet to come. The fourth will be mastering the element of mind, or air. In the meantime, we are supposed to have outgrown the pressures of the three lower elements. We haven't actually done this, however. These elements are still active. We have not outgrown them, but we are beginning to feel a tremendous pressure permitting them to continue when they're supposed to be outgrown. In the higher animal kingdom, we find there is the beginning of a kind of community existence. The various animals have their territories, their areas, they have their kind, they have their responsibilities. It is the female that bears the cubs, and it is the male that feeds them. All of these things are part of natural law, and each of these animal kingdoms guards its domains with a tremendous, almost fanatical intensity. That is because the idea of it all comes from within itself. It is therefore its own survival. Now, up to the point of the individuality of these kingdoms, they are under group consciousness. Therefore, animals are estimated according to groups and are rewarded and punished according to groups and not by individual creatures. But the animal kingdom, drifting on into the human world, begins to produce some very curious and somewhat threatening appearances. After we get to the point of the human state as we know now, we are supposed to have controlled and disciplined the emotions. Unless the mind curbs and directs action, emotions then take over. And if emotions fail, as sometimes they may do in the case of dissipation of one kind or another, then the guardianship passes back to the vegetable kingdom. And if that also fails, nothing remains but the mineral kingdom, and the physical body sinks back into the earth from which it came. So all of this is part of a ladder. It's a very carefully organized structure. I looked around a good deal among various texts dealing with these matters and find very little coverage. There is something happening that people don't really give much attention to, and yet it is very important. We look upon the past as more or less old-fashioned and think we're outgrowing these things. But one thing we'd have to learn sometime is that no one can outgrow integrity. The only thing he can do is grow up to it, because integrity represents a peak. In each kingdom there is a peak. In each species of animal there is a peak. Every mineral has one. They're all, like minerals in the earth, human beings on the deserts and plains, all tied together into one system of growth, each on its own level of function, each recapitulating the past and reaching up towards the future. And this situation has to go on in a properly organized manner. So we are now at a time in our problems where we can remember a little bit of the magic and sorcery of the Middle Ages and the sorceries that led previous nations into a series of tragic difficulties. We are now in an emotional period of growth where we are gradually coming out of the validity of emotion. There was a time when we had no other pattern. The animal was simply an emotional creature. It was governed by laws. It had no rules in our kingdom, but it had rules in kingdoms of its own. And animals were gradually growing. And as they grew more and more, they began to develop internal phases of mental consciousness. But until they passed over a certain threshold, they did remain as animals. And as animals, they grew more and more intelligent. That where we have animals of great intelligence. We have animals that are very wise and careful, thoughtful, faithful. And we have many animals that serve man gloriously and joyously. Because actually, the animal gains part of its evolution by associating with something superior to itself. And man gets a bad setback when he starts associating with things that are less than himself. And in this case, we were to members of his own kingdom. Actually, therefore, we have a problem of the development of community or social existence. One of the magicians that was famous in the Middle Ages wrote out very definitely the picture of these mysteries. First of all, he pointed out that nearly all psychic phenomena is involved in this mystery of fire. Psychic phenomena is largely a matter of delusion, fantasy, or the incredibilities of things. Emotional delusion populates the invisible side of life with all kinds of strange worlds, beautiful worlds, summerland, magnificent gardens, places of rest and relaxation. And then another religion comes in and points out that this other world is a mass of terrors, of horrors, and that if you don't belong to the right church, you're lost. All of this is part of this emotional struggle in which the person is trying to get hold of the integrities of his own nature. And with him, the emotional nature is a constant challenge to his ethics, to his integrities, to his proper decisions. And wherever his decisions are not up to the level of his proper evolution, they turn on him and cause tragic difficulties. We have now a world around us of persons who would like to believe that they're living in a mental universe, which would be the next step. They are not living in the mental universe, however, until constructive, creative mentality dominates conduct. Until the mind has discovered honesty, it cannot control correctly the conduct of any creature. It cannot control, by taking over to tyranny, any system of life. It cannot scheme its way into growth or progress. It cannot gain its ends by nefarious means without suffering. So we have in the problem of today an emotional universe which is still tied to its appetites very strongly, and in this matter is very much in harmony with many of the animal kingdoms, some of which also have high ethics, incidentally. But the problem of the human being is that he is now supposed to be moving triumphantly from the level of his emotions to the level of his mind. So he has two processes. One is to transmute the less, and the other is to grow up to the greater. In order to handle the emotional factor, it is necessary either to transmute the lower emotions or to create new levels of intellection or levels of emotional idealism to transmute these more negative factors. The alchemists do this system and they call it transmutation. Every factor, every faculty, every part of the human being must be under constant growth. While the human being is living in the animal kingdom, the body will be on that level. But the moment he begins to aspire, the body must catch up with him. The moment he begins to aspire, the mind must reach down and pull him up a little. These factors all work together. It is a commonwealth of cooperation between the various natures of man. The mineral, the vegetable, the animal, and the human are in cooperation. They are producing the creature that we see today and call man. They are part of a great evolving pattern which is going on regardless of what we do to it, but is constantly aware. We're constantly aware of the dangers. Now, among the dangers that confront the emotional orientation is self-interest. The individual finds that the most ignoble of his emotions is selfishness. And while he is selfish, the emotional nature cannot be free, cannot go forward, and cannot continue on its journey to meet the challenge of the mind. The mind in a selfish person is not mature. Therefore, it is not the proper leader. The proper leader is the redeemed and constructive emotional nature, which gradually grows to the fullness of itself. And when the fullness of itself is reached, it is then advanced to the mental level. But until man's emotional nature is honest, his thoughts will never be honorable. He will never be able to transcend the internal compromises of his own thinking and emotion unless he disciplines this instrument which has been given to him. So most of the systems of the ancients discipline the emotional life. They placed certain restraints upon it, and these restraints were regarded as religious training or philosophical disciplines. They were very important in their own way, and they continue to be important and always will be. Now, if we have this problem to confront, let's think a minute about what we're talking about in action. We are talking about the individual who has emotional attitudes and emotional maturities within himself. We know that the moment emotion is constructive, that it begins to change the chemistry of the whole body. Here we come again into our vibratory pattern. Emotions are a rate of vibration. This rate of vibration has several subrates, and these subrates of vibration specialize and divide the levels of emotional integrity. Therefore, every emotion affects health, affects body, and interferes with the growth of mind. The emotions, consequently, are here to be beautiful. They're here to be noble. The moment they fail to be that, the individual suffers, and where a large group of individuals make the same mistake, a world suffers. And out of this comes one of the problems of our time. We are always trying to find out, some way or other, some system to live by which is free from the stress and tension with which we are gradually becoming affected. We do not realize the fact that living is an art. Living is not a series of accidents. If it is, it's not worth much. And living is a problem of growing under discipline. The individual is here, as all creatures are. The animal is under discipline in another way. The animal seldom makes but one mistake. If it fails to keep the law of its kind, it ceases almost instantly. They have to be obeyed. Rules have to be kept. Now, the same is true with the vegetable kingdom. It has rules. And the mineral kingdom has rules. And the mysterious vibrations in space that are not allotted to known kingdoms have rules. And our emotional world is a vibratory rate containing within it a number of sub-vibratory patterns, each one of which is an emotion or a stress factor, and each one has its rules that must be obeyed or trouble starts. We are now living in a generation in which we are trying to escape in every way possible the realities of life. We are seeking to avoid the challenge of growth, and we are succeeding rather well in accomplishing this. But at the end of it, we're going to have chaos. We are beginning to see this coming along. We cannot explain why certain things are as they are. We develop all kinds of theologies to describe them. We know all kinds of politics systems to understand them, and all kinds of economic systems to pay for them. But at the end of it, we do not know why these rules exist. We do not know what they mean to the individual or to the commonwealth. What we do not realize is that we have only two choices: keep the rules or perish. This is something that is beginning to hurt a little bit. But this doesn't mean that we're all doomed to perish. Far from it. The percentage of perishing is going to be very slow and low. The real answer is that through various discomforts, we are gradually going to rise to the occasion and will finally place the constructive mind over the emotions and actions. And when the mind becomes a disciplinarian of emotion and action, it will not destroy either of them. Emotions will have their full manifestation. The hard-headed individual with no emotion is not a monument to progress. He is just one of the many mistakes. The individual is going to have mental discipline, but no one is going to know it except they need it. He is going to be able to think things through to protect the complete compound of his own bodily structure and the collective compound of society. So here we are gathering at the edge of this great transformation. We are gathering at the edge of the time when an invisible shift is taking place. We are moving inevitably from an emotional to a mental level. This does not mean that our emotions will be poorer, they will be richer. If it does, it means that the mind will then have the emotional instrument to work with, and that most of the beautiful things of life will be a result of the mind emotionalizing in the arts, in the ethics, in the idealism, and in human relationships. Now, if we don't do this, according to the magicians of the 18th and even 19th century, we're going to lose what we most cherish. I think that I remember quite well, Andrew Jackson Davis, a physician in New England here in the early part of the 19th century. He was a physician psychic, and he had much to say about the world beyond and the world within. And he wrote a book called The Stellar Key to the Summerland. And to the spiritualists for a long time, the invisible world of the emotional life was the Summerland. It was a kind of a reward. It was like a summer vacation settlement. Everyone who had good emotions, kind heart, and good integrities, after passing on, dwelt in the Summerland, where everything was beautiful, everything was fine, everyone was kind, and everything was noble. This type of thing, however, was one aspect. Now, this aspect could be built and developed within the mind of a person because he believed it, and also because in a certain way he may have lived it. If therefore the time comes for him to pass on, and he is really what he claimed to be, he will be in the Summerland. If his ethics and integrities are true, the after-death condition will be the fulfillment of his dreams and the reward of his virtues. But if it was all on paper, in the mind, and never practiced, he will not have such a fortunate existence. For he will go where his actions go, and not where his hopes are. And in this we notice that almost all religions have a Summerland. Every one of the great faiths of the world has spheres of rewards and punishments. Now the rewards and punishments have been exaggerated by various theological systems into vast fatalities. But what they really are steps in the attempt to mature these emotional and mental factors. Therefore, the initiation rites of ancient people had to do with the disciplining of life, not the destruction of it, not the changing of it, not even necessarily the changing of your religion. Because most people do not need to change their religion. What they need to do is change themselves until they keep their religion, until they really do what they claim to believe. So we go back to the snakes that are twisted around the flowers and realize that these snakes represent emotional compromises and temptations. The temptation is a beautiful flower. The individual reaches for it and gets bitten by the snake. And of course the snake becomes a symbol of karma. Having once bitten the individual, he must pay his debt to nature. This doesn't mean he's going to be destroyed, but it means that he's going to have to pay for being wrong. And most suffering that we have in the world is a result of paying for what is wrong. But in many cases, the payment is not heavy because the individual did not know. We are not punished desperately for things we do not know or do not understand. Our punishment is based upon the secret within ourselves, in which we know in our heart of hearts that we did what was wrong. We have concealed it from everyone except the dweller in the self, and that we cannot fool. And it is that dweller in the self that sentences us to the punishment we deserve. It is not some cosmic factor out in space. We are not being punished for the fact that we were created, but we are being gradually penalized because we have not done better with the creation. We have not done anything with it to justify the tremendous evolutionary system that is behind us. Millions of years have been given to the making of a new order of life to which we belong. We have suffered and died for it many, many times. We have made all kinds of mistakes and paid for them. We are making new mistakes and will pay for them. But all the time there is a great plan unfolding. And for some reason or other, we have sort of lost the realization of that plan. As a result, we had leaders arise who tried to remind us of it. We have had great teachers who were crucified and martyred in an effort to restore value. Now, what they were trying to restore was an exact code as it was applied to the astral body or emotional function of the human being. This emotional function involves appetites. It has to do with what we want and how we get it. Most of all, there is somewhere in all ulterior emotions this snake that is dangerous. There is always something that causes this plan to go awry. We gain all the favors of this world, but if we fail to attain the internal integration of ourselves, our life has been very largely a failure. So we have to think of this in the fact that we are trying to outgrow. In childhood, we stay as the parent and we grow as a little creature, and we grow as we can. Then comes the more or less the early life, about babyhood, in which we become physically adapted to the world in which we live. We learn to walk, we learn to talk, we learn to do the little things that small children do. And we also find a great deal of ulterior motive contributed to us by the very people who are our parents. Our parents themselves begin the process of corrupting us, usually. Not intentionally, but because they have not given proper concept or proper understanding to the responsibility of bringing a life into this world. So after a little while, this life enters the next path. It enters under the rulership of Mercury and goes to school. All right, that is part of it. School part is very largely part of the vegetable kingdom. And most people who are in it today know that, but they don't know why, and they have no name for it. But they know something's wrong with it. They know that they've asked for bread and have been given a rock. The educational system in nature is beautifully related to the very early experiences of creatures. In nature, there is no converse. In nature, there is no disposing of knowledge. There is no sermonizing. There are no printed texts to go by. In nature, all learning is by observation. The new member of society learns what to do by copying the old member. The parent of the ancestral group becomes the textbook. It becomes the symbol of the knowledge necessary for the good life. And if you look at it today and read the commentators in the paper, we realize that this textbook of the parental experience is not doing much for us because there's not much to it. We find out that the parental restraints have been reduced to practically nothing. And we've had a bad failure in this in recent years. Even as late as the time when I was growing up, the family was far more important as an instructor. It was far more present as a disciplinarian of conduct than it is today. Today there is little or no discipline in most countries. A few that are still considered backwards still have a little honesty, but it is slipping fast. The next thing we have to realize is that the child, after it learns by going to school, must be prepared for the first step beyond schooling. And what education should give him first of all. He should give that which is next. And if you go to the ladder of the stars, you'll find out what is next. For the next thing above the schooling is the discipline of self, the ability to know why you must keep the rules. And in most curriculum, they don't even teach the rules. But the purpose of education is to make possible a person can live according to the convictions of integrity. That he can learn from school what to do and what not to do, and can gain understanding and wisdom from the great encyclopedia of the world's past. All it has been will be, again, according to the law. So with this leading slip, the educated person in school, it may go on with being in school all the way through to maturity. But all the way along, the purpose of education is to transform growth processes into lawful and intelligent procedures. Therefore, the school system can continue. Most people entering adolescence are still going to school. Well, adolescence is under the planet Venus, the third of the mysterious factors involved in the ladder of the sages. And the ladder of the sages tells us that Venus is the basis of a love based upon value rather than upon birth. The signs of birth come under the rulership of the moon. The moon is the mother, and the Venus is the bride. It is the case where Venus becomes the symbol of the maturing of our relationship with other human beings. A man is the only creature that has been given the right to make this adjustment because it is next in the pattern of his own growth. His job now is to enlarge this concept of family. He started by believing in parents if possible. He's to go now further until the whole world is made up of his family. He is part of a world growth, and as such is also under the care and government of a world entity, which is sometimes called for short for children, the guardian angel, or as the Babylonians called it, the essential daemon. All of the processes necessary to the individual, therefore, are administered by a power over the individual. This power is represented in various religions by teachers, saviors, sages, sacred institutions, and the mysteries of the development of the extrasensory band. All of these have to do with the preparation of the individual to become a member of the Commonwealth. There comes a time when it is his responsibility to settle down to the realization that there is no need for any dissension among human beings. That these so-called dissensions, these mysterious wars that we're suffering, this exploiting of each other, is all part of the mysterious astral light with the serpents around the flowers. We know that today we doubt the integrity of other people. We suspect ulterior motives. Well, the ulterior motives are the snakes, and they will be there as long as the individual is selfish. And he will be victim of ulterior motives as long as he cherishes them within himself. So out of these came also magic. Now magic is black and white. A white magic, according to the ancient records of the Egyptian and Babylonian Chaldean temples, white magic is the use of divine assets for the protection and preservation of all that lives. White magic can never be self-centered. It can never be the individual working solely for his own advancement. He advances not by trying, but by serving others. Growth is a byproduct of integrity. The integrity must come first, and it may not be rewarded in the lifetime of the person. On the other hand, the mistakes may be punished even while he is in this life. But anyway, we have this problem of integrities. We have this problem of magic. Now, magic was regarded as from the word madhya, and the word implies actually illusion. The word merely means a fantasy. Imagination is a fantasy. And imagination is the visualization of something. There have been individual imaginations, and there have also been collective imaginations. A nation may have one imagination distributed through all its members. We have seen things like that in war, where nations go and decimate themselves to fulfill an imaginary victory, where no victory is actually possible. The wise may know that no nation ever won a war, but ignorance will always keep on trying to. And this is the problem of magic. White magic is therefore properly termed the dedication of all of the assets of the individual to the achievement of the greatest good. Incidentally, this dedication guarantees the proper use of these faculties and protects the individual from the results of his own mistakes. An individual who keeps rules will be punished in some way, even if he didn't know better. He will not be punished as he would if he did know better. But he will still have to be disciplined in order to get over ignorance. But if he intentionally and knowingly, and not from ignorance, commits a crime against society, he has to pay for it. And the little flowers that float around under the trees with the serpents twisted around them, we have something that's interesting and comes up in Asia, and that is the Western paradise of Amitabha, the paradise of the reincarnationist, the paradise of the individual who doesn't believe in anything being forever, but is a reward and a passing. A paradise of Amitabha, it is a large sense of the word, is a vacation. It is an interlude. It is an opportunity for the individual to experience the benefits of his own achievements. But they had to be achievements that had within them no selfishness, no injury of another person, no breaking of rules, no exploitation of natural resources. In order to be equipped to receive the peace of natural law, it must be kept. Those who break it, break the peace. And in the paradise of Amitabha, the souls are born out of lotus buds in the lotus lake, and all wake and adoring the principle of eternal truth. There are no houses there, although Andrew Jackson Davis thought some people might have a few estates over on the other side. He wasn't very sure of it. I think Emanuel Swedenborg was more sure of it, but he's been passed over rather likely also. But the real fact of the matter is that the paradise of Amitabha is simply a natural state in which there is no conflict within the individual. And pain goes to sleep because there is nothing to keep it awake. Vice goes into darkness and vanishes because there is no one to go with it. Everything that causes inharmony individually, worldwide, cosmically, is to do with the struggle to understand and apply the principles that belong to these different worlds. Now, in the initiation rites, the candidate to the first degree took dominion over certain phases of nature. He didn't take over the phases of being able to govern nature or to exploit it or to pervert it or to sublease it, but rather to obey it. From the beginning to the end, there is a law. This law is greater than anyone can ever know. That is the one thing we know and dares to break. At the moment we break the universal edict of the purpose for existence and the destiny for which we were intended, we are cast out. Cast out doesn't mean that we're damned. It doesn't mean that we have to go to Hades. Cast out means that we've been set outside until we learn better and then we let us in again. We just have to realize that the moment we break the great rules, we lose the benefits of growth. We lose the peace of mind. We lose the happy home. We lose the cheerful children. We lose the good health. We lose everything when we break the rules. So in the ancient times, there were 3 steps. The human being was 9 months in the womb, and 3 steps made 12, and that was the zodiac, and that was the perfect circle. So 9 months in the womb and the 3 degrees of the mysteries constituted the enlightened human being. And the 3 degrees of the mysteries had to do with that broken circle which exists between Christmas and Easter in the Christian rite. It is the wheel of broken spokes in the canonization of Hypatia of Alexandria. All of these symbols represent, therefore, that we takes 9 months in the womb and 3 degrees of conscious growth to complete the embodiment of the individual. Only when both of these are present, these 2 factors, is the person truly born. He is born imperfect. He is given the right to perfection. And he is given the eternal textbook, as the alchemist said. The deity has given man the great textbook, nature, but he must learn to read it by walking it with his feet. He cannot learn it simply by reading about it and forgetting it. He cannot gain from the story of wars unless he realizes their futility. He cannot gain knowledge of the collapse of stock exchanges and what they mean until he realizes that the thing that brings them down is always lack of integrity. So the 3 degrees of the mysteries contribute integrity. And when integrity is contributed to the 9 steps, then the individual at this stage becomes completely balanced in the mystery of emotion. The emotional nature, the astral light, becomes properly balanced when he has achieved the idea that emotion, the great emotion, is affection. A great affection is that which does not worship anything, but is the affection for all that lives. As long as the individual has a man or woman whom they do not like, that affection is not complete. Anyone who belongs to a religion or don't like another religion, that person's affections are not complete. The one who will take care of one of his own and neglect the stranger, his affections are not complete. Complete affection is the individual recognizing the unity of all that lives, and that is the proper opportunity of the wise to serve those in need of wisdom. It is the opportunity of the wise to instruct, and the opportunity of the young to receive instruction. All these things are part of a system that goes back to the dawn of time, a system we will never be able to probably understand where it originated, but we know that it has been with us for thousands of years. Now to get back to this emotional problem, which is particularly for us today, we also realize that emotion is definitely a rate of vibration. Not only is it a rate of vibration, but it is a major rate of vibration which breaks down into an octave. The emotional octave consists of the 7 levels of emotion, just as the 7 orders of architecture constitute the mystery of the building craft. We know that the emotional octave goes through the same septenary as that of the incarnating life, the mineral, the vegetable, the animal, human, and finally into what the Buddhists call the Buddhic level. This is the level that of the stone in the handle of the sword of Paracelsus. Azov. Azov is the symbol of the stone. And the symbol of the stone is the transmutation of the base elements until perfection is achieved. And in the human being in the East, this is called Bodhi, or Buddha, the sign of achievement, the sign of the complete renunciation of error or of illusion. And in the West, it is carried by the Messiahs, the great sages and world teachers. But it always is the same. Emotion must be changed. It must be universalized. It must be redeemed in all its states, or it cannot become the basis or the handmaiden of wisdom. It cannot lead to the true wisdom of things unless its own inadequacies have been redeemed. We can say to ourselves, how can you be wise if you're still selfish? You can't be. Therefore, if you want to be wise, selfishness must go first. There's no other way it can go. You can't say that mind goes first and leaves emotions. It has to be this upward motion, this upward movement. So wherever there is a victory of reality over an illusion, one of the little poison flowers is relieved of the serpent. It has to go this way. And only when a certain percentage of our attitudes and ideals have reached this maturity are we able to move then into the higher level, which would be the mental atmosphere. It is only then that we would complete the purpose of our present evolutionary cycle, which consists of the 4 levels which we must pass through in order to attain to Bodhi, or the symbol of cosmic mind. Now, cosmic mind really has nothing to do with intellect, and here we've gone into another problem that is always with us and will always be, namely that words will not explain matters properly. And every religion has names for every one of the spiritual realities of life. It has names for the soul, for the mind, for the heart. It has all the metaphysics and ethics of all other religions, but different words for them. And we have now fallen into the habit of figuring that words were the most important, that individuals who use different words had different beliefs. This is simply not true. It is the fact that beliefs separated from their sources for a long time and given into the keeping of the underprivileged and the unworthy have gradually lost their meaning. We no longer use them correctly. We no longer know what they mean. And because we find different words in different religions, we believe these different religions are different. This is not true. Every religion in the world has been struggling to find the correct way of explaining the path of growth. It will always have difficulties because it will have different words to overcome. The various people who go to one path after another are seeking not the path, but a familiar term that they can immediately accept. If they do not find this, they think the religion is wrong. So in this growth that we're talking about, in the emotional world, we have all different levels and different names for them, different words to represent, sometimes desire, sometimes emotion, sometimes the astral light, many different terms, but they're all terms for one principle. And the individual who understands one of the terms understands all of them, but may not, because of mental blockage, be willing to relinquish one for another. He must keep on believing exactly as he did, and those who do not use the same words are heretics. This has done a great deal to divide faith and to prevent the unity of religions. Having decided in their minds at least that we have to master this emotional factor, there are ways in which we can go to work studying it. There are many different ways we can consider its importance. One of these is that a correct emotion will never hurt us. Now, people have fear, they have sorrow, they have unhappiness of one kind or another, they have mental pain, emotional pain, and physical pain. Therefore, there are hurts. But if the emotional nature is mature, the damage caused by emotion upon the other compound of the body will not cause sickness, will not cause evil, will not result in the loss of integrity. In other words, if you are basically right, affliction will not force you to become wrong. You may decide that it looks easier, but if you do, you're mistaken. Actually, the answer to all questing is peace. And peace is very hard to come by. And no one is going to be perfect at it. But peace can come in certain areas with everyone. They had an old grudge. Peace will be increased and health will be enlarged if in one way or another they correct that grudge, get over it. Sometimes the persons against whom we have grudges will not accept our apology. They will continue to dislike it. But our first moral duty is to make the effort. Let it die within us as no longer any hate or antagonism. Invite the friendship. If it is given, wonderful. If it is not, consider that there is no longer any grief or any grievance between you and that other person. All the way along, therefore, correct wherever emotional stress obviously reacts against the body's health below and the mental integrity above. If we can solve that problem, we could have a much happier and healthier existence. We must all have some problems we're not going to face correctly right now, but we can also grow. And today we are all very health conscious. We want to be healthy. We want to try to avoid as far as we can the mistakes that are being displayed for us every day in the newspapers. We want to get over alcohol and heavy use of tobacco and all these things. They tell us frankly that if we don't get over them, they will ultimately destroy us. Now, what we do not realize that a grudge is just as poisonous as nicotine. That a hate is just as dangerous to our material security as narcotics. because both the hate and the fear or the grudge are all illusions. There is no such a thing as a bad reality. All realities are good, and what appear to be real but are not good are illusions. We live in a world of illusions which we use to build or protect our own dispositions. We do not want to accept our deficiencies. We do not want to be convicted of them. We hope that we can hide them from everybody except ourselves. But the only thing that would do any good would be to hide them from ourselves, and this is impossible. So that there is nothing to be done by catering to any illusion. Nature has set us this example. Nearly every problem we have in society today is marked to be an illusion. Or why it is an illusion? How can we say that? It is an illusion because it lacks reality. And what is reality? Reality is permanence. Reality never changes. Reality never hurts. It is never less. And it is all, and therefore it cannot become more. Therefore, anything that gives us a few years of pleasure and then is buried with us so our ancestors left it to us and our descendants take it from us, that's all illusion. Wealth is illusion. Power is illusion. Success is largely illusion. The only parts of man's effort to grow that are real are the parts which make him a better person, make him kinder and richer in understanding. He is more able to accept beauty and to live constantly at peace with the sphere of his own existence. Actually, there's nothing that can be more beautiful for the individual than a fully matured emotional life. It is a magnificent thing. It opens the doors to all intimacies and relationships on the highest possible levels of integrity. It lifts love above all limitations of mortal mind. It lifts all of these emotions. It lifts beauty above all of the temptations of corrupted art. It lifts music out of the unpleasantness of the time being to the glory of the great sonata, of the great oratorio. All these things, beauty of everything, can be cultured from a mature emotion, which gives us the realization and recognition of the essential values of life. Therefore, beauty is an emotional virtue. And virtue is to see the beauty that is hidden and bring it forth. And also to do all the things that we do as an artistic achievement. Great art is kindness and courtesy. Great art is forgiveness. It is also the individual living in an atmosphere of peace and surrounding himself as far as possible with the symbols of peace, beauty, live art, music, and the things that are real. The moment these are corrupted, the individual falls back again into the lower brackets of the animal kingdom and stays there till he redeems himself. Everything that is below the level of personal integrity is a relapse into a previous state which theoretically we should have outgrown. You can keep thinking about this all the time, maybe a way of growing a little more successfully. We certainly hope it can be. So we have this ladder. Next lecture will be devoted to the next rung of this ladder. And the next rung of this ladder is the mind. Now the mind is the most difficult of all of our potentials and functions to understand. Mind is something that we very often mistake for ourselves. Mind is no longer merely my mind. It is I mind. If the individual says, when I speak my mind, I really said it. When in reality, when he speaks his mind, he's probably said nothing. Because the mind is not the source. All of these faculties are servants. The emotions are servants. The mind is a servant. Growth is a servant process. Mineralization is a servant process. Everything that we do and know is a form of service. The mind itself is not the ruler of life. It is not even the ruler of conduct. It is usually something we have to send to school and fight with it for the rest of our lives. So it becomes interesting, important, and valuable to give a little consideration to the ascent from the balance of the emotional nature to to the balance of the mental powers and faculties. And here we come into the world of philosophy. Now, philosophy isn't the answer to anything in itself. Philosophy is only a degree of insight to help us to get nearer to the real. Every faculty we have, every part of ourselves is important. By our feet, we can get physically nearer to where we want to go. By the various growth functions within ourselves, we can unfold faculties and powers to gain education or to travel from one place to another. By our emotions, we can enrich ourselves in the arts and in all of the more noble aspirations of human nature, and lay a foundation in religion, which is of the greatest importance. Then by the mind, we come into possession of science. We become part of the great scientific process, which at the present time is one of the most costly and dangerous processes known to man. We have not known the mind. We do not use the mind. The mind is a servant of the good in ourselves. The mind is an instrument for the manifestation of that which is behind, beyond, and above the mind. But to us, the mind becomes the glorious source of the fulfillment of all of the appetites which are satisfied by wealth and power. Thus, we have this problem to consider constantly. So next week, we want to take up a study of the mind and see if we can find out a little more about it, what it stands for, and how we can use it. We must recognize that it is our moral duty to redeem and reform and resurrect all of the forces that have been put into our own composition. We must redeem our own emotions. They cannot redeem us. We must redeem the mistakes of our education. We must redeem whatever has been our fault of our heredity. We must redeem all aspects of ignorance in ourselves. We cannot do it all at once. But the wonderful mystery of it all is that the very act of redemption in itself is a beautiful necessity. It is something that the very moment we start with it becomes the most wonderful experience of all. So the process of correcting our own faults is not a laborious process, but a glorious one, leading in the end to all the good we hope for. That's it.
Now, the me, is it possible to completely empty the mind of the me? Not only at the conscious level, but deep, at the deep unconscious roots of one's being.
I think it's not only possible, but I think it's the price that we must pay for being, or being good, or being true, or being at all, living. Is the price to live? The price we must pay is to rid ourselves of meanness.
Is there a process, a system, a method to end the me?
No, I don't think there's a process or a method.
Therefore, there is no process. It must be done instantly. Now, this we must be very clear.
Must be done.
All the religions have maintained processes. Whole evolutionary system psychologically is a process. If you say, well, and to me that's a reality, that it cannot possibly be a process, which means a matter of time, degree, gradualness, then there is only one problem, which is to end it instantly.
Yes, to destroy the monster at one step. Yes.
Instantly.
Yes. It's unquestionably what must be done. We must destroy meanness.
No, destroy, I won't use the ending of the me, with all the accumulation, with all the experiences, what it has accumulated, consciously and unconsciously, can that whole content be thrown out? Not by effort, by me. If I say by me, I'll throw it out, it is still the me.
Yes.
Or if I throw it out by exertion of will, it is still the me. The me remains.
It is not, clearly, in my mind, it is not an act or an activity of the mind nor an activity of the will, nor an activity of the feelings, nor an activity of the body, which will help me to see me. Pardon me.
No.
Will help me to see.
See, yeah.
And since we in this world are so wrapped up with doing, with having, with acting, we really don't understand reflectively and profoundly what takes place before we act or before we possess. And I think that it's incumbent upon us to reflect backwards and see that there is seeing before seeing takes place, in the two senses of the word seeing. Just as there is loving before one becomes aware of loving. And certainly just as there is being before one becomes aware of being.
Yes, but
it's the question of reflecting backwards, inwardly, deeply enough.
Just me, sir, that's the difficulty, because the me is at a conscious level and then at the deeper levels of consciousness. Mm-hmm. Can the conscious mind examine the unconscious me and expose it? Or the content of consciousness is the me?
No, the self transcends the content of consciousness, but the me may well be the content of consciousness. But the me is not the I. The me is not the self.
Wait, I include in the me the self, the ego, the whole conceptual ideation about myself, the higher self, the lower self, the soul, the body. All that is the content of my consciousness, which makes the I, which makes the ego, which is the me.
It certainly makes the me, yes. I unquestionably agree with that it makes that objective self that I can examine and analyze and look at, compare, that I can be violent with others about. It's explanatory, if you will, or the summation of the whole thing, which we put in the word me, is explanatory of a history, of a whole multiplicity of present relationships, but it's still not getting at the reality.
No, the reality cannot be got at, or it cannot flower, if the me is there.
Whenever, as I said before, whenever I insist upon viewing you as me, then the reality cannot flower and freedom will not be.
So, can the content of my consciousness, which is the me, which is my ego, myself, my ideations, my thoughts, my ambitions, my greeds, all that is the me, my nation, my desire for security, my desire for pleasure, my desire for sex, my desire for to do this and do that, all that is the content of my consciousness. As long as that content remains, that there must be separation between you and me, between good and bad, and the whole division takes place. Now, we are saying the emptying of that content is not a process of time.
Nor is it subject to methodology.
Methodology. So, then what is one to do? Let's look at it. Let's take time a little bit over this, because it's quite important, because most people say you must practice, you must strive, you must make a tremendous effort, live discipline, control, suppress.
I'm very familiar with all that.
That's all out.
That has not been helpful.
Not at all.
No.
So, how is the content to be emptied with one stroke, I say?
I would say, and maybe we could pursue this together, the content cannot be emptied by a negative action of repudiation of the content.
No, obviously.
So we must not, that is a blind alley.
That's by denying it, you are putting it under the carpet. I mean, it is like locking it up. It is still there.
It's a pretense.
That just, one has to see this. one has to be tremendously honest in this.
Yes.
Otherwise one plays tricks upon oneself, one deceives oneself. I see clearly, logically, that the me is the mischief in the world.
Well, I don't see that so logically as simply intuitively.
I mean, all right.
It's not the result of a discrete
No,
act.
no, of course
It's not a
not.
dialectic.
Analytical dialectic. You see it. You see a selfish human being, whether it's politically high or low, you see human beings selfish and how destructive they are. Now the problem is, question is, can this content be emptied so that the mind is really empty and active and therefore capable of perception?
Probably the content cannot be simply emptied. I think that the content can be put in a perspective or can be seen for its inadequacy or its inappropriateness by a very energetic act of simply seeing. That's what I said in the beginning, that so long as I look at the truths of any given religion, I am not finding truth itself. And the way I discover the relative value of the truths of any given religion is precisely by seeing truth itself. In itself, not as an object.
No, I cannot, the mind cannot perceive the truth if there is division. That I must stick to you.
Once you have division of any kind,
That's finished.
then you're in the categorical level, and then you will not see.
Therefore, my question is, how is whether the mind can empty its content?
Well,
This is really, you follow the...
I follow what you're saying, and I think you are devising a new methodology.
No, I'm not devising a method. I don't believe in methods. I think they're the most mechanical, destructive things.
But then you, after having said that, then you come back and say, but if the mind is to, if the self is really to see, it must empty itself of content. Isn't this a method?
No.
But why, sir, is it not a
I'll
method?
show you, sir. It's not a method because we said as long as there is division, there must be conflict. That is so, politically and religiously. And we say division exists because of the me. Me is the content of my consciousness. And that the emptying of the mind brings unity. I see this not logically, but as fact, not conceptually. I see this in the world taking place, and I say how absurd, how cruel all this is. And the perception of that empties the mind. The very perceiving is the act of emptying.
What you're suggesting is that the perception of the inappropriateness of the content of consciousness or of the me, the perception of that, the inadequacy of this, or the truthlessness of the me, is in itself the discovery of being.
That's right.
I think we should pursue that.
We should.
Because I wonder if the perception is in fact that negative, or might in fact be very positive.
No.
That it's rather in the simple seeing of the being of things, and it wouldn't have to be me or you in the objective sense. It could be this table or my hand or whatever, that I discover the inadequacy of such things as the content of consciousness or these objective sorts of things like me or you in the objective sense. So it may be a rather profound display of intellectual or rather personal energy that simply makes itself by reason of the display visible to me. It's easy, it's dissipating, and at the same time it's easy to deal with concepts. We've agreed on that. It's easy to create concepts. We've agreed on that. It's easier, I maintain, to see simply.
Of course.
Prior to concepts.
Seeing.
Just simply seeing.
So, there is no perception if that perception is through an image.
There's no perception if the perception is through an image. I think that is very true.
Now, the mind has images.
The mind is bedeviled with images.
I just said. It has images. I have an image of you and you have an image of me. These images are built through contact, through relationship, through you are saying this, you are hurting me, and it's built. It is there, which is memory. The brain cells themselves are the residue of memory, which is the image formation, right? Now, the question then is, memory, which is knowledge, is necessary to function. Technically, to walk home or drive home, I need memory. Therefore, memory has a place as knowledge. And knowledge as image has no place in relationship between human beings.
I still think that we are avoiding the issue at hand, because I think what you have said relative to the question of memory is, as you have suggested, terribly important. But I don't think that memory or the repudiation of memory, like consciousness or the repudiation of the content of consciousness, is the solution to the problem. I think what we have to do is say, how is it, Krishnaji, that you, and I'm not talking methodology now, but I know that you have seen, how is it that you saw or that you see? And don't tell me what you eliminated in order to describe to me what
how you saw. You simply see.
Yes, now suppose you wanted to say to someone who had no such experience, you simply see, because I say the same thing myself all the time. Well, you simply see. And people say, you simply see how? And we must somehow or other, if we are to be teachers, deal with
yes,
let me take you by the hand and I will show you how to see.
I'll show you. I think that's very simple. First of all, one has to see what the world is. See what is around you. See. Don't take sides.
Yes. I think our terminology may get in the way here. Suppose, rather than say one must start by seeing what the world is, we would start by saying one must see the world. Not concerned with nature as a category.
No, see the world.
Yeah, know what?
See the world.
See the world.
The same thing. See the world.
Yes.
See the world as it is. Don't translate it in terms of your concepts.
Now again, could I say, see the world as it is ising?
Yes, put it there.
Does that help? I mean, we're trying to...
See the world as it is. You cannot see the world as it is if you interpret it in your terminology, in your categories, in your temperament, in your prejudices. See it as it is. Violent, brutal, for whatever it is.
Or good or beautiful.
Whatever it is. Can you look at it that way? Which means, can you look at a tree without the image of the tree? Botanical and all the naming. Just look at the tree.
And once you have discovered, and it's not easy in our world to discover, the simple experience of seeing the tree without thinking treeness, or its nature, or as you say, its botany and things of that kind, then what would you suggest is the next step in the pursuit of seeing?
Then seeing myself as I am.
Underneath the content of your consciousness.
Seeing all, not underneath, I haven't begun yet. I see what I am. Therefore, self-knowing. There must be an observation of myself as I am. without saying how terrible, how ugly, how beautiful, how sentimental, how, or just to be aware all the movement of myself, conscious as well as unconscious. I begin with the tree, not method, process, I see that. And I must see this way myself. The hypocrisy, the tricks I play, in fact, the whole of that watchfulness, without any choice, just watch. Know myself, knowing myself all the time.
But in a non-analytical fashion.
That's there, of course. Therefore, but the mind is trained to be analytical. So I have to pursue that. Why am I analytical? Watching, being analytical, seeing the futility of it. It takes time, analysis, and you can never really analyze, whether by a professional or by yourself. So see the futility of it, the absurdity of it, the danger of it. So what are you doing? You are seeing things as they are. Actually what is taking place.
My tendency would be to say that when we discuss this, we may use these words like seeing the self in its fullness with all of its negative and positive polarities.
Yes.
Seeing the self in its fullness, and then realizing the futility of looking at analytically looking at certain dimensions of the self, and then saying, but I still must see.
Of course.
Because at this point I have not yet seen. As all I've seen are the analytical categories I've used to take myself apart somehow or other in little pieces.
That's why I say, can you look at the tree without the knowledge?
Without the prior conditioning.
Prior conditioning. Can you look? Can you look at a flower and without any word?
I can see how one must somehow or other be able to look at the self. I must be able to look at you, Krishnamurti, and not use the word Krishnamurti. Otherwise, I will not see you.
That's right.
This is true.
That's right.
Now, after I have learned through thinking to say somehow or other, I must see you and not even use the word.
Oh,
then
the word, the form, the image, the content of that image, and all the rest of it.
Yes. Whatever the word denotes, I must not use.
So that requires tremendous watchfulness.
Yes. It requires...
watchfulness in the sense, not correction, not saying I must not, watching.
When you use the word watching, and I think again because we are teaching, we must be careful of our words.
Being aware of what it doesn't matter what word you use.
Watching has the connotation of observation, and observation has the connotation of putting something out there to look at under a microscope, as a scientist would do. And I think this is what we don't want to teach.
No, of course. Of course.
So now, if you could use again, Krishnaji, the word watching...
Instead of watching, being aware. Choicelessly aware.
Choicelessly aware. Fine. All right. Now, this we must do.
Yeah. Choicelessly aware of this dualistic, analytical, conceptual way of living. Be aware of it. Don't correct it. Don't say this is right, this. Be aware of it. And we are aware of this so intensely when there is a crisis.
I think we have another problem that precedes this one by an inch. And I think the other problem is, what kinds of questions can I ask myself in order to be aware of you and not use the categories, or to be aware of the fact that in being aware of you, I am using the categories and the stereotypes and all these other funny images that I use all the time. Is there some way in which I can address myself to you using certain kinds of words Not ideas, words that don't relate to ideas at all.
Yes.
See, using certain kind of words that don't relate to ideas, that somehow or other will teach me, or teach you, or teach whomsoever, that there is something more important or more significance in you than your name, or your nature, or your content, or your consciousness, or your good, or your evil. What words would you use if you were to teach a young person or an old person, because we all have the problem? What words would you use in order to make it understandable in a non-rational, or rather in a pre-rational way, that you are more than your name connotes?
I would use that word, I think, be choicelessly aware.
Choiceless.
To be choicelessly aware. Because to choose as we do is one of our great conflicts.
And we, for some strange reason, associate choice with freedom, which is the antithesis of freedom. It's absurd, yes.
Of course.
But now, so then to be freely aware.
Yeah, freely, choicelessly.
Not in the sense of choicelessness, freely aware, yes. Now, suppose that someone would want to say, but sir, I don't understand completely what you mean by choicelessly aware. Can you show me what you mean?
First of all, choice implies duality.
Choice implies duality, yes.
But there is choice. I choose that carpet better than the other carpet. But there, at that level, it is choice must exist. But when there is an awareness of yourself, choice implies duality. Choice implies effort.
Choice implies a highly developed consciousness of limitation.
Yes, yes. Choice implies also conformity.
And choice implies conformity.
Yeah.
It's cultural conditioning.
Conformity. Conformity means imitation.
Yes.
Imitation means more conflict, trying to live up to something. So there must be an understanding of that word, not only verbally, but inwardly. The meaning of it, the significance of it. That is, I understand the full significance of choice. The entire choice.
May I attempt to translate this now?
Yes.
Would you say that choiceless awareness means that I am somehow or other conscious of your presence to the within of me, and I don't need the choice? The choice is irrelevant. The choice is abstract. The choice has to do with the categories. When I don't feel, having seen you, that I must choose you, or choose to like you, or choose to love you, that no choice is involved, then would you say I have choiceless awareness of you?
Yes, but you see, sir, is there in love choice? I love. Is there choice?
There is no choice in love.
No, that's just it. Choice is a process of the intellect. I explain this as much as we can, discuss it, go into it. But I see the significance of it. Now, to be aware, what does that mean, to be aware? To be aware of things about you outwardly, and also to be aware inwardly, what's happening, your motives, your anxiety. To be aware, again, choicelessly. Watch, look, listen, so that you are watching without any movement of thought. Because thought is the image, thought is the word. To watch without thought coming and pushing you in any direction, just to watch.
I think you used a better word before when you said
Aware.
to be aware.
Yes, sir.
Because it's an act of existence rather than an act of the mind or the feelings or anything. So then I have to somehow or other become, eventually, and therefore be aware in a precognitive sense of your presence.
Be aware. That's
And this antecedes choice.
yes.
And it makes choice unnecessary.
There's no choice. Be
There's
aware.
no choice.
There's no choice.
Be aware. Choiceless awareness is.
From there, there is an awareness of the me. Awareness, how hypocritical, how, the whole of the movement of the me and the you.
But sir, you're moving backwards now. We've already.
Well, I know. Let us together find out not a way, not a verbal indication, not an intellectual verbal concept. Let's find out together if there is a way, if there is a perception, an action that will end conflict, not gradually, end it immediately. You understand my question? Please first understand the question. What are the implications of that question? The brain being programmed or wired, programmed to conflict. It is caught in that pattern. You can see it for oneself. And we are asking if that pattern can be broken immediately, not gradually. Either you think to break it through drugs, through alcohol, through sex, through different forms of discipline, through different forms of handing oneself over to something. Man has tried 1,000 different ways to escape from this terror of conflict. Right? And we are asking, is it possible for a brain so conditioned to break that conditioning immediately? Right? This is maybe a theoretical, non-actual question, which that's impossible. It's just a theory. It's just a wish, a desire to be free of this. But if you examine the thing rationally, logically, which is part of our intelligence, time will not solve this conditioning. Right? That's the first thing to realize. Not tomorrow. There is no psychological tomorrow. I won't go into that for a moment. I'm just saying that's in Christ's time. If one sees actually, not verbally, deeply in one's heart, in one's mind, in one's very, very depth of one's being, time will not solve this problem. That means you have already broken the pattern, beginning to see the cracks in the pattern, because we have accepted time, right, as a means of unraveling, breaking up this programmed brain. So when you observe clearly that time under no circumstance will free the brain from time. We mean by time, like, as it is now conditioned, programmed. I will examine it, make efforts to break it, uncondition it. All that process involves time. Right? So when you do that, you are caught in the same pattern. You have not moved away from it. Right? But once you clearly for yourself see, absolutely, irrevocably, that time is not a fact, then already you begin to see the cracks in the wall in the enclosure of the brain, right? Are you doing it now? Because philosophers and scientists have said time is a factor of growth, biologically, linguistically, technologically. Time is necessary. But they've never gone, perhaps some may have, I don't know, we don't know, never inquired into the nature of psychological time. And this inquiry into time implies the whole psychological becoming. Right? I am this, but I will be that. I am unhappy, unfulfilled, desperately lonely, but tomorrow will be different. So, is our brain, which is common to all mankind, is not your brain. It may have certain peculiarities, tendencies, but this brain of mine and yours has evolved through time. It's not my brain. Biologically it is so, it's not my brain. And that brain has been evolving through centuries to come to this point through conflict. Right? Do we see together the rationality of it, the logic of it, that our consciousness, not ours, but human consciousness, which we went into very carefully the other day, and to realize that it is the human consciousness. You've already broken the pattern of individual consciousness. Right? So if one realizes that time is a factor of conflict, right? then that very perception the other thing I would like to go into this morning is sorrow. We have talked about authority. We'll talk over together about the desire for security, the nature of the structure of authority. We talked about fear, pleasure, love, and if we may, we also should talk over together this enormous problem of suffering. I hope you're not tired, are you? We're going to have an insight into suffering. There is not only a particular human being with his suffering, there is the suffering of the world, right? There is suffering through poverty, ignorance. There is suffering brought about through death. There is suffering out of great pity. There is suffering when you see animals tortured, killed, maimed. There is suffering when there is war. Thousands of mothers and sisters and wives and people, girls, crying their heart out. Because we have accepted war as a... I don't know why we have accepted it, but you have. So wars have brought about immense suffering. The totalitarian, the authoritarian dictators have brought immense suffering. Concentration camps, one may not have been in them, but you see it. You know it is happening, and you're suffering. So there are these various kinds of suffering, not only personal, but the suffering of whole of humanity. You're aware of it, aren't you? And we have accepted it. We say, love is part of suffering. When you love somebody, it brings about suffering. Right? So we are going to question together whether it is possible to be free of all suffering. And when there is this freedom from suffering in the consciousness of each human being who are listening here, then that freedom from suffering brings about a transformation in consciousness, and therefore that consciousness, that radical change in consciousness affects the whole of mankind's suffering. Do you understand? That is part of compassion. Not saying, I suffer, my God, my God, my God, why do I suffer? Why should I suffer? And from that suffering, act neurotically and try to escape from that suffering through various forms of religious, intellectual, social work and so on. Escape from it. So we are saying, is it possible for every human being here to be free of this enormous burden of suffering? Where there is suffering you cannot possibly love. That is a truth, a law. When you love somebody and he does something which you, or she does something which you totally disapprove and you suffer, it shows that you don't love. Right? You said, I am not laying down the law, but see the truth of it. How can I suffer when my wife, if I have a wife or a girl, who throws me away and goes after somebody else? Do you understand? And we suffer from that. We get angry, jealous, envious, hateful. And at the same time we say, I love my wife or my girl. I say such love is not love. Right? So is it possible not to suffer and yet have immense love, the flowering of it? So we're going to find out what suffering is. There is physical suffering, right? Headaches, operations, malformed bodies, accidents that bring about amputation or some form of ugly deformity. There is suffering from the various unfulfilled desires. I hope you're following all this. There's suffering from the person, from the loss of a person whom you think you love. After all, what is the structure and the nature and the essence of suffering? You understand? The essence of it, not the various forms of it. What's the essence of suffering? I'm asking myself for the first time. I'm going to find out. Together we're going to find out. Is it not the total expression at that moment of complete self-centered existence? What do you say? It is the essence of the me. the essence of the ego, the person, the limited, enclosed, resisting existence, which you call the me, the form, the name, all that. When there is an incident that demands investigation and understanding and insight, that very incident brings about the awakening of the me, the essence. And that I call suffering. What do you say? Huh? If there was no me, would you suffer? You would help, you would do all kinds of things, but you wouldn't suffer. So, suffering then is the expression of the me, which includes self-pity, loneliness, trying to escape, trying to be with the other who is gone. All that's implied, which is the very me, which is the path.
Practitioners, and as mostly, I think, human beings. Is that correct? Yeah? Mostly, okay. Any non-human beings at the moment? Just want to make sure. Sorry? Oh, Stan, right, where's the Stan? Yeah, he's around somewhere. So mostly human beings, maybe some invisible beings, who knows? And we've come to share a few hours together. Some very old friends are here.
Mula Pariyaya Sutta, Majjhima Nikaya, number 1, the root of all things. So I have heard, at one time the Buddha was staying near Ukataha in the Subhaga forest at the root of a magnificent sal tree. There the Buddha addressed the mendicants. Mendicants, venerable sir, they replied. The Buddha said this, Mendicants, I will teach you the explanation of the root of all things. Listen and apply your minds well. I will speak. Yes, sir, they replied. The Buddha said this, Take an unlearned, ordinary person who has not seen the noble ones, and is neither skilled nor trained in the teaching of the noble ones. They've not seen true persons, and are neither skilled nor trained in the teaching of true persons. They perceive earth as earth. Having perceived earth as earth, they conceive it to be earth. They conceive it in earth. They conceive it as earth. They conceive that earth is mine. They approve earth. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive water as water. Having perceived water as water, they conceive it to be water. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive fire as fire. Having perceived fire as fire, they conceive it to be fire. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive air as air. Having perceived air as air, they conceive it to be air. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive creatures as creatures. Having perceived creatures as creatures, they conceive them to be creatures. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive gods as gods. Having perceived gods as gods, they conceive them to be gods. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the progenitor as a progenitor. Having perceived the progenitor as a progenitor, they conceive him to be the progenitor. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the divinity as the divinity. Having perceived the divinity as the divinity, they conceive him to be the divinity. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive those of streaming radiance as those of streaming radiance. Having perceived those of streaming radiance as those of streaming radiance, they conceive them to be those of streaming radiance. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive those of universal beauty as those of universal beauty, but then they conceive them to be those of universal beauty. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive those of abundant fruit as those of abundant fruit. Having perceived those of abundant fruit as those of abundant fruit, they conceive them to be those of abundant fruit. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the vanquisher as the vanquisher. Having perceived the vanquisher as the vanquisher, they conceive him to be the vanquisher. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the dimension of infinite space as the dimension of infinite space. Having perceived the dimension of infinite space as the dimension of infinite space, they conceive it to be the dimension of infinite space. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the dimension of infinite consciousness as the dimension of infinite consciousness. Having perceived the dimension of infinite consciousness as the dimension of infinite consciousness, they conceive it to be the dimension of infinite consciousness. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the dimension of nothingness as the dimension of nothingness. Having perceived the dimension of nothingness as the dimension of nothingness, they conceive it to be the dimension of nothingness. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception as the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception. Having perceived the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception as the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception, they conceive it to be the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the seen as seen. Having perceived the seen as the seen, they conceive it to be the seen. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the herd as the herd. Having perceived the herd as the herd, they conceive it to be the herd. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the thought as the thought. Having perceived the thought as the thought, they conceive it to be the thought. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive the known as the known. Having perceived the known as the known, they conceive it to be the known. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive oneness as oneness. Having perceived oneness as oneness, they conceive it to be oneness. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive diversity as diversity. Having perceived diversity as diversity, they conceive it to be diversity. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive all as all. Having perceived all as all, they conceive it to be all. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. They perceive extinguishment as extinguishment. Having perceived extinguishment as extinguishment, they conceive it to be extinguishment. They conceive it in extinguishment. They conceive it as extinguishment. They conceive that extinguishment is mine. They approve extinguishment. Why is that? Because they haven't completely understood it, I say. A mendicant who is a trainee who hasn't achieved their heart's desire but lives aspiring to the supreme sanctuary from the yoke, directly knows earth as earth. Having directly known earth as earth, let them not conceive it to be earth. Let them not conceive it in earth. Let them not conceive it as earth. Let them not conceive that earth is mine. Let them not approve earth. Why is that? So that they may completely understand it, I say. They directly know water, fire, air, creatures, gods, the progenitor, the divinity, those of streaming radiance, those replete with glory, those of abundant fruit, the vanquisher, the dimension of infinite space, the dimension of infinite consciousness, the dimension of nothingness, the dimension of neither perception nor non-perception, the seen, the heard, the thought, the known, oneness, diversity, all. They directly know extinguishment as extinguishment. Having directly known extinguishment as extinguishment, let them not conceive it to be extinguishment. Let them not conceive it in extinguishment. Let them not conceive it as extinguishment. Let them not conceive that extinguishment is mine. Let them not approve extinguishment. Why is that? So they may completely understand it, I say. A mendicant who is perfected, with defilements ended, who has completed the spiritual journey, done what had to be done, laid down the burden, achieved their own true goal, utterly ended the fetter of continued existence, and is rightly freed through enlightenment, directly knows earth as earth, having
I pray to the divinity in you. Many of you have heard the word Upanishad, and many of you have studied and attended a few classes on the Upanishad. The word Upanishad comes from its root sad, to loosen, to destroy, and to attain. It has three meanings, which helps an aspirant to loosen the bondage which helps one to attain liberation, final liberation, which helps one to dispel the darkness of ignorance. With two prefixes, me and Upanishad, to sit near the teacher who has been taught in the tradition. And what is that tradition? So far, I have not given you the long lineage of tradition. Today I am going to reveal the names of that eternal tradition. One who goes to the highest shrine of India, called Badrinath, at Joshimath, there is a point where you see two mountains, One is called Nara, another is called Narayana. The absolute representative of Brahman, and Nara, the perfect human being. They both stand like this. These are two mountains. They are called Nara and Narayana. The mountain Nara is lower in height, and mountain Narayana is higher. Now it has been recorded by the Survey of India that they are meeting. How these two mountains are shrinking, getting together. So over 80 years, in 80 years' time, their distance has reduced near about 14 inches. All the Himalayas are shrinking, and over 80 years they shrunk 6 inches. They are not very ancient mountains, but those two mountains are considered to be Nara and Narayana. It shows that on those mountains, Narayana, the representative of the Absolute, who knew the wisdom of the Vedas, taught his disciple Nara. There, his name was Brahma Deva. So from where flows the tradition that we come from. Brahmadeva means the lotus born one. Then comes Vasishtha, Rama's, Lord Rama's Guru. It surely means that it is older than Mahabharata. And after Vasishtha is Shakti, then Parashara, Vyasa, who is author of Mahabharata, and Sukha. Up to the 7th generation, there was father and son relation, lineage. Father initiated his first son, and thus the teachings continued, carried out. But after that comes Gaudapada. Gaudapada, who wrote a commentary on the Upanishad, Mandukya Upanishad. Previously we talked of Mundak Upanishad, don't get confused. This is Mandukya Upanishad, shortest of all Upanishads that comes from Atharva Veda, like Mundak Upanishad, Prashna Upanishad. So it is written in Muktaka Upanishad that anyone studies only this Upanishad, Mandukya Upanishad, can attain highest reality or absolute truth without second. There is no doubt in it. In other Upanishads, there are similes used in a very mysterious way. But this Upanishad is very direct and shortest among all Upanishads, yet it is profound in its nature. It has only 12 verses. Gaudapada, who was Shankaracharya's guru's guru, grand guru, wrote a commentary on it. And actually I wanted to speak on the Karika. It is called Karika. That's my favorite book. That book was taught by my master and other teachers in the Himalayas. And I learnt it 22 times, and yet I did not understand. But when I started practicing, then I started understanding. Let me tell you something. To hear is very good. To hear attentively is wonderful. But to understand is also better. To assimilate the knowledge that you are receiving from the scriptures is difficult unless you prepare yourself or your mind for that knowledge, which is called knowledge beyond. The knowledge of the Upanishads contains Shrutis, Shruti. By the great sages in deep contemplation and meditation. It is not a wisdom received by any mind, any human being. So such scriptures, such mantras, such words are called Shruti. Means heard in deep state of contemplation and meditation. Suppose today you try to attain that state, you cannot. Yes. During ancient times, the atmosphere, the human life, their living, their thinking, their austerities, penance, were entirely different. Today's human being is scattered in the external world. The current exercises or researches are external and physical oriented, which offer us comforts, means. But then, who am I to enjoy these means and comforts? I do not know. We are not taught to know and understand ourselves, yet we jump into relationship. We live with others and we have to live. And this goes on and this going on. And this sort of education which does not impart integrated knowledge does not help us. Imagine there is a triangle that is called equilateral triangle. Life is exactly like that equilateral triangle. If one of the angles is disturbed, that equilateral triangle will be disturbed. There is no integration in our lives today, and that is why we are not perfect human beings, perfect Nara. We will get our teacher like Narayana and Gaudapada Acharya if we become a good Nara, a good human being. A good human being here means, according to the Upanishadic philosophy, one who has learned how to integrate mind and heart and body. Healthy mind, healthy body, a sound mind, and a good heart. It's not only intellectual gymnasium that will help us. It is not only emotionally prevalent heart that will help us. It's not only physical muscles which are going to help us, make us a healthy human being. We need to understand that integration, body, mind and heart together. When we try to analyze something intellectually, we discard our emotions aside. We do not understand anything about them. So often we say, we brand that our emotions are like, make us blind. That's not true. Emotion is a great power. If we know and understand how to direct that power, that can lead us to a height of ecstasy in moment's time. You cannot depend on the intellect because it gathers the data from the external world, which is subject to change, death and decay. So that's something which goes to change, death and decay, which changes its form all the time. That particular data is being gathered by that mind, by that intellect, which is never purified, which has no support of the disciplined faculties of mind. Therefore, our data collection does not help us, does not lead us. Madhava, one of the great philosophers of 700 centuries, AD rather to say, says that the commentary on the Upanishads, on Mandukya Upanishad, is taught by Narayana directly, the firstborn directly, to Varuna and the frog. Mandukya word in Sanskrit means frog. And through frog, these teachings have come. Garud Purana, Harivans Purana, these Puranas explain this. But there is no evidence like that. Ramanuja also wrote a commentary on this Upanishad. Shankara, whom we call Shankaracharya, short form Shankara, is considered to be greatest of all commentators and the youngest one, Avatara, whose commentary is considered to be very valid. His grand guru, Gaudapadacharya, wrote a commentary called Karika. Very soon you will be getting a book on the commentary called Karika. That book is though terse, but very interesting. Karika, commentary on this Upanishad. More than 200 verses on 12 verses. And then Shankara, his disciple's disciple, wrote another commentary on that. It becomes voluminous. It took me 91 days in India to explain Karika. That's why I did not touch that part. I don't want to deprive you. I have started writing essays on the Karika, and before March or April it will be in your hand. There is unique combination in this book, where you will find psychology, where you will find profound philosophy, where you can understand and see how these three states of mind, three states of consciousness are understood thoroughly. What is actually this waking state of mind? When we remain awake, our senses function. The moment we become awake, our mind employs the senses, and senses contact the world, objects of the world, and thus we perceive things from the external world. Waking state. What is this waking state? Is it a reality? According to this Upanishad, no, it's like a dream. Then when you go to sleep, before you go to deep sleep, when there is no content in your mind, then you go to sleep. Before you go to sleep, you go through a state that is called dreaming state. How that dreaming reality is exactly very close to this waking reality. Both are not true. Both are illusions, according to this book and according to the commentators. The way you perceive this world or worldly objects, they are not like that. Suppose you become a king or president of a country, but when you dream that you have become a donkey. And for 2 hours you remain donkey, though you are a president. Now, you are not a president, you are a simple, normal human being, but in your dream you become president for 3-4 hours, as long as you are dreaming. How dreaming reality and waking reality are compared, we will explain at this time. What is deep sleep actually? Why do you go to deep sleep? Why do you need sleep? How sleep helps you? How sleep is so close to death? Why are you terrified with the death? By hearing the word death. What happens to you when you die? Is your personality, is your being completely annihilated? Or do you live even after death? Are you reborn? Is there any logic in it? Are there some logical proof to furnish that when human being departs from this world, he still lives? Then comes another state which is called the state of Turiya. The highest state that can be attained. It's beyond Samadhi. Samadhi is a state of mind. Turiya is a state of consciousness. So when you see that how that center of consciousness gradually goes through evolution, we simply have to understand the way we have come to the world, to the state. We can go back with the same process to the center of consciousness. Question comes, what good is that? what will happen to us? Well, we'll be transformed, we'll be attaining the goal of life. And this is human aspiration, that we all human beings want to attain perfection, and that perfection will come when we will go back to the source of consciousness, to the source of wisdom, to the source of eternal. And that's what we all want. And we want it in this lifetime. We don't want to postpone it for next life. We have not to postpone it. Most of us think that enlightenment or meeting God or becoming perfect or attaining samadhi is very difficult. That cannot be, that's not true. Meeting yourself, is it difficult to meet yourself? Do you need anyone's help to meet yourself? Do you need anyone's support to meet yourself? Do you have to lean on someone to meet yourself? First of all, you should understand yourself on 3 levels. The perishable self, which is considered to be and which is called and termed as mere self, body and senses. Then semi-immortal self, your unconscious mind, which is the vehicle for the merits and demerits, to go with you when you drop this body. And pranas. When pranas and body are departed, then that remains behind your vehicle, which is called unconscious mind. And you become an individual because you are enjoying a vehicle, you are driving a vehicle, you are owning a vehicle. That's why you are called individual. If you drop that vehicle, which is called individual vehicle, that makes you individual. If you break these walls, then this will be no hall. This will be all one horizon. This superimposition that we have a hall separates this space within this hall from the space outside. The moment we drop that vehicle, which is called unconscious mind, where lay many sorts of desires, aspirations, and those desires again lead them to this world, because you have a desire to fulfill. And for fulfilling that desire, you come back again. I am not confusing you, or I am not telling you to believe in reincarnation. But there is no other way. You cannot accomplish entire life's work, so much work, so much, in such a short time. Not possible. Now let us argue for some time. Suppose we are born because of the grace of God, as all our religions believe, Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, Sufis, Islam. It's because God's grace that you have become a human being. Logic does not fit in. If because of God you are born, why are you unhappy and why someone is happy? Why someone is lame by birth, someone is retarded by birth, someone is blind by birth, why others are not? It means there is no equality in grace of God. But that's not true. There is equality in grace of God. There is equality in love. So there is something that we are not understanding, and that's called law of karma. It's the law of karma that leads you to do something, to accomplish, to reap the fruits, and again those fruits motivate you to do more fruits. It becomes a whirlpool and you cannot come out of it. The way karma creates a bondage for us, then our mind also creates bondage for us. Our individual soul also creates bondage because of attachment. This way we are caught in a snare of bondages, and we want to be free from all these bondages. For freedom is one thing that we need. Freedom will give us happiness. If we are not free, we can never be happy. So when we say it's God's creation, whatever God has made us, the way we are, this is not enough. Why God, the Lord of equality, should have such a discrimination? Then we are at the mercy of God. Then what is this good meditation, doing good things or bad things? You cannot do then anything, because it's all God's grace, whatever you do. You cannot change, you cannot improve. So right philosophy says, no, a human being is unfinished being. And he has opportunity to complete himself or herself. And he can attain the wisdom in this lifetime if rightly practiced and understood. We are not here to discuss religions, which religion is good and which is bad. All the religions are one and the same. We are here to understand the profound teachings of Mandukya Upanishad, which lead you to understand, analyze, and then finally realize the highest peak of life, summit of life, and that is called Turiya. Easiest way, according to Vedanta, shortest cut. This is called shortest of all cuts. But among all the shortcuts, cut your ego and you are there. Shortest cut is to just cut your ego and you are there. You see. And it's difficult to cut your ego. When you like to cut your ego, when you want to expand the horizon of your mind, you will find afraid, fears of seeing that your personality is being dissolved. You see. When a drop of water meets the ocean, it does not lose its identity. It becomes the ocean. The time comes, a plateau comes, when meditator or contemplator thinks that my individuality is being threatened, because he is always insecure, because he does not know what is happening, what is going to happen in future. This Upanishad helps you to understand the conditionings of your mind, prime conditionings of your mind, which are mostly three: time, space, and causation. What is time? how time controls our mind. What is that space? What is causation? Once we understand this, then we can free our mind from this. Let me tell you something. No matter how much you concentrate your mind, how much you meditate and contemplate, it's not going to help if you have not understood time, space and causation, which creates conditioning to your mind. If your mind is conditioned, no matter how you deal it, it is a conditioned mind. That's why knowledge seems to be important. If you do not have knowledge what to do, perhaps you will be doing something which will be not useful. My way is this way, towards sun. I am looking at the sun and I am also walking. You see. Will I ever reach there? I am facing the sun but walking backwards. Therefore, we have to understand the conditionings of our mind. Without profound knowledge, the conditionings, and without knowing the conditionings, we can have concentrated mind, but we cannot have mental freedom. Therefore, conditioning of mind is very important. I will give you one example. What is this? These are two. Now, this is a space. The two has created a space. Now, there is no space. There will be no time. There will be no condition. So you can become free when you have profound knowledge of Advaita, one absolute without second. You cannot be free. You can make your mind one-pointed inward, but you cannot get freedom from the conditionings of your mind. The prime conditionings of your mind should be understood, systematically dealt with, and such a mind has power to penetrate into deeper folds of your being. It's a systematic journey which goes from gross to subtle, to the subtler and then the subtlemost aspect of your life. Very interesting journey. I don't know why people say that it's difficult. I think logically it should be very easy. You have chance to be lost in the external world. You can never be lost within yourself. It's difficult to find anything in the external world because there are many disturbances. It's very easy to find within because there are less disturbances. From where the disturbances got into our system? From external world. When we learn to understand our relationship with the external world, or this waking reality, and learn to deal with it, we will never allow this waking reality and its distractions to create a groove in our minds and hearts. Once we understand that path of the self is simple, easy, natural, and that's our birthright, then our desires start flowing within instead of to the external world. Can we live by living within only? No. We have to learn to create a bridge between within and without. Outside world gives us means. Superficial of ourselves wants comfort. So those means satisfy and help that part of life which needs comfort. when I will explain 8 types of meditation in this seminar. One type of meditation is called Sparsha Yoga, yoga of touch. How do you feel pain and pleasure? If 10 people are kept in one situation, why one person or 2 persons or 3 persons are having pain and pleasure, why not all others? When the senses touch the objects of the world, then they have sensation which is called pain and pleasure. If we know the art of not allowing our senses to touch the objects of the world, matra, sparsastu, kaunteya, shitoshan sukha dukkha. Matter should not be touched by our senses. The moment our senses touch the matter, from there we receive 2 stimulations. One is called pain, another is called pleasure. We will systematically explain 8 methods of meditation. And all methods are valid. When you study Upanishad, revelations they are called. As you have book of Revelation, and those who have studied that book of Revelation, they will find there is similar book of Revelation in Judaism. There are 2 books of Revelations in Judaism. They are very similar. And for being chosen for such a great work, you don't have to be disciple. If you have studied book of Revelation, John, to whom the revelations, John was not a disciple, not among 12 apostles. Why was he chosen to have revelations? Why not the disciples, those who lived with Christ for many, many years, close to him? It means any human being is capable of attaining that state, that status where he can receive revelation. Revelation is that knowledge which flows from the library of eternity. That knowledge does not come through senses, does not come through mind. That knowledge comes through vision. And those visions are based on the knowledge which is self-evident, which does not need support, which does not need evidence. Then when you will sit, suppose you receive a hunch, and you expect that such similar hunch is received by you next day, but you don't. Then you wonder, yesterday I received a hunch and that came true and it's true, but today I am not receiving that. What's the matter? During that moment, perhaps your mind was calm, perhaps you were in a state of tranquility, prepared to receive that knowledge which is already in the infinite library within you. Today, you are not in that situation. But if you systematically practice, you can receive every day that knowledge which does not flow through mind, but flows through vision. There is a method of meditation to do that. Well, there is only one thing that I cannot do for you, and that's called meditation. You will have to do meditation for yourself. I can cook for you. I can wash your bottles. I can wash your diapers. I can clean your room. I can make your laundry. But I cannot meditate for you. You will have to meditate for yourself, as Buddha said. Be like thy own lamp. Nobody will give you salvation. You are an individual. You do your individual karmas. You have your individual mind. You have individual thinking. You have individual emotions. You know yourself better and you can know yourself better. You have to establish a state of equilibrium, tranquility, which gives you peace. Peace is a relative term. In the world, if you say there is peace, peace means there is no war. The gap between two wars is called peace in the world. But that's not what we want. That's not what we want. We want a peace, tranquility, which lasts forever, as long as we live. Which part of ourselves needs peace? Our body needs rest, not peace. Our senses do not need peace. There is one verse explained in Kathopanishad. Listen to me this. Yada panchavatisthante jnanani manasa sah buddhischana vichestati tamahu paramam gati. When my five senses are not distracted, my mind is calm. During that time, I am in a state of tranquility. When your senses are not distracted, not dissipated, when your mind is tranquil, during that time, you attain a state that is called state of samadhi. Samadhi is that state where there is no question in your mind. Is it possible for you or your mind to attain that state where there is no question? Not possible. But there is a way. If you forget the languages in which your mind speaks all the time, jabbers, if you know the unlearning method, which is not taught in any of the schools, then you can attain that state. That is possible to be proved scientifically. You have a glass of water. You are asked to empty it. You have emptied the glass. Still that empty glass is not empty, because there is air in it. How will you empty it? By filling it. So is the case with the mind. First you will have to clean the gross aspects of your mind, and then you will have to fill something in your mind and wash off that which is called ancient dirt in our minds. That's why the japa, meditation, prayers, all these methods are applied. Let me tell you that this scripture has nothing to do with any religion. Nowhere any religion, any religious faith is accepted or condemned. It explains 4 states. First state is waking state. What happens to us when we remain awake? Our education actually teaches us how to cultivate this waking state. Our education does not teach us how to dream. That portion of mind which dreams is not cultivated by us, is not under our control, conscious control. So look at the shallowness of this education that we receive and the way we know how to study. We bank so much on these dark words, they can never give us light. Not possible, because darkness is not product of light. And whole life we spend on these darkness, dark words. Read them, what others say. We become opinionated. We know how to form the opinion based on the opinions of others. But that is not profound knowledge. Because dreaming portion of mind, sleeping portion of mind is not under our control. That which is our cultivated by us is waking state of mind. Our entire educational system helps us in utilizing that portion of mind which functions during waking state. In whole Om, A-U-M, this whole universe is Om, according to this Upanishad. The first is A, U, A, it means A. Our education is trying to grab the part of mind which functions during waking state, which is conditioned by past, present and future, which does not know what now is, which does not know what now means, how to attain now, how to be in now, how to live in now. We can spell the word now, we do not know what it is. Dreaming state, sleeping state, the portion of mind used in dreaming state, sleeping state is not known to us. These states of consciousness are also not known to us. So we know very little about ourselves. We like to hurt others because we are brute. We do not know ourselves. That's why we do not understand that there is only one truth everywhere. Then you will consciously not hurt others, not harm, injure others, not kill others. In this Upanishad, A represents waking state, U dreaming state, M sleeping state. But there is a silent state which is called Turiya, the fourth state. It's like the top of the mountain from where you can see up, here, there, down and everywhere. From where you can see what is dreaming like, where you allow dreams to come. You will see how dreams are being formulated. What you call dream, how such dreams are formulated. Very interesting. You can watch your dreaming states. You can even watch your sleeping state and yet remain fully awake. You are in deep sleep, yet you can remain fully awake. That way, if you are able to do it consciously, it is called sleepless sleep. It can be done if you learn Yoga Nidra, not the way it is mentioned. You can learn to understand all the states in a profound way, without any mistakes. Immediately you will come to this suggestion, question, am I capable of doing this? Of course. Have I got instrumentation for doing this? Of course. Always say, I am such a bad person. I am this. Nobody is bad and nobody is good. You are a human being. You have all the instruments. You are capable. You are able, provided you know how to use your resources, how to use your potentials. Really. It depends how. Do you want to? Do you want to know all about yourself? So far, whatever you have known from others. While the Upanishad says, have direct knowledge. But what do? You are that you are because your fathers, your mother, your friends, your relatives, your society, your schools, your colleges say. Your husband, your wife, they say. Husband says you are good, you enjoy that. If someone says you are bad, you feel sad. What a philosophy do you have? This way, world will not allow you to live. Someone says you are very good, you are tempered with that pride. Someone says you are bad, you just collapse. Never forget the great teachings of Buddha in a practical life. If you really want to survive tough, want to enjoy life, learn this. Once Buddha, in his usual routine, went with his disciple Ananda to beg the alms. During those days, in that small city of Rajgiri, which exists even today, all the householders were disturbed because there were many swamis, renunciates all over. There were only few householders. One after another they used to come, for begging alms, and it was difficult to maintain such a huge crowd for such a small village. So Buddha came at the door with his disciple Ananda and said, Bhavati Viksham, they give me something to eat, mother. The lady was very much disturbed. There was very little cooked. And one after another, these swamis came. And she got disturbed. She said, from morning till evening, I have been giving, alms to these useless fellows, burden to the society, burden to the nation, burden to themselves. And they are pouring in, they are coming and going without any consideration. They should have consideration for us. The child, she picked up and she said, yes, wait. Buddha smiled, withdrew his bow. Was not disturbed. Who was disturbed? Ananda, his disciple. Why? Because he could not tolerate this insult to his Lord Buddha, enlightened one. He said, woman, I will kill you. Buddha said, don't say like that. Anand, if someone wants to give you something, please don't take it. If you don't like it. If someone says you are a bad person, why do you accept it? Because you are weak. You are in habit of accepting anything anybody gives you. You are a beggar. I want you to be a Lord. I don't want you to be Veda. You are a follower of a Lord. You are a disciple of a Lord Buddha. You are not disciple of a Veda. Don't accept what others say. Then how will you know about yourself? You should know about yourself by your own self. Learn to understand that. Have you seen the misery in the home today? If a man is under the pressure of economical pressure he has and comes home and doesn't talk nicely to his wife, and wife says, am I a piece of furniture in your house? You behaving like this? And there is a clash. Why such things happen? All the time there is clash between the two. Why people have not learned the technique of living in harmony? What is the matter? Because we have learned that's something which we should not actually learn. To take anything, to accept anything others say. Oh, you are great, you are very happy. You know you are not great. You know it. You know, you very well know, and your heart knows what it is. Hypocrisy. People are praising you for nothing and you are being happy. You know, that happiness does not last for a long time because it is forced by others. And you are very bad. Why should you? So Buddha said, sit down, Anand, I am going to tell you. He took him to the peak of vultures, that's called Diddhati Choti. He took him there. He said, sit down here. I am going to tell you the secret of life. The secret of life is, if somebody wants to give you something, if you don't want, don't accept it. Accept only that you want. Your want should be followed by the desire to attain your goal. That should be. Otherwise, want and need are two different things. You need something, but you want something different. You are not satisfied with your needs. Let you be not tossed by the wants. Let you understand the importance of need. Don't be tossed by your wants. Let your night be not laden by your wants. Let your day be not laden by your desires. One thing he taught his disciples. Don't take what you don't need. Take only that which is helpful for you on your path. Second thing he said. Sit down quietly. If somebody says you are great, does it affect you? It should not. If somebody says you are very bad person, does it affect you? Why these days these Grihasthas, householders, are disturbed? They hurt each other in the name of love. The husband says, you are not a good woman. All the time negative. And the wife says, you are not a good man. All the time negative. And look at the education. What do you teach your children? Show me your copy. No. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. No teacher ever tells you what is good. If you commit less mistakes, you get more marks. If you commit more mistakes, you get less marks. That is the criteria. This way you create complexes, which is not healthy for your internal growth. Then This you are dealing with the external world. There is something more you have to deal with. You can be obstinate bull and say, whatever people say is not good. I don't care. You can do that. But that's also not healthy. After that, second phase comes to sit down. What is bad? Is it bad for me? You can always say, if it is bad for me, definitely the same thing is bad for others. You are the judge. Within you, there is something which is not mind, which is not intellect, which is not buddhi, which is not anything. That is called conscience. Conscience. Your conscience tells you. Conscience means your whole being immediately tells you. Sometimes even your being tells you, yet you continue doing that. It means you lack practice. You start practicing. But in no way you allow any complex within which hurts, which cripples your internal strength and creates barriers in the path. Let you all determine that you will complete the journey in this lifetime. As you have a schedule for the world. I will earn this much, I will work for these years in the external world. Do you have any spiritual schedule? No. Why? You should have. Why do you want to work in the external world? The happiness? Where is that happiness? Within. So you should have a schedule. It's not difficult. That's what the sages say. They give us hope that they attained something in their life. They were born here on the earth. They walked on the earth. They attained on the earth. And let me assure you, it's a myth that you say you have to renounce your home, duty to attain God. It's not necessary to do that. If you can make your schedule, then that's not difficult. In these 7 days' time, there is one method of meditation which I will describe from this Upanishad, which helps you to understand and know what is going to happen with you in 6 months' time about future. How future can be brought to now. At present, your now is not now, it is your past. Your mind always goes to the grooves of past or sometimes fathom to the future imagination. If you learn how to keep your mind here and now, well, the future can be called now. Because during that capacity, during that time, mental capacity, mental horizon expands. That is possible. It's my duty to impart all the methods truthfully, the way that has been taught to me. How much is beneficial for you, helpful for you, it depends. One thing I can tell you, this is a truthful confession, that anything that you have done in this lifetime, tell me, what do you do after that? Don't you get tired? You go to sleep. You always say, honey, let me sleep. Let me take rest.
After enjoying all the joys, finally what do? You go to rest. And when you wake up, you find that you are not rested. So every day you are fatigued and you wait to go to bed, and that bed or that sleep does not refresh you. So Swami Rama says there is another thing that is called sleepless sleep. If you learn to meditate, then you will give you better joy. Sleep you will get every day. But that joy is the highest. Highest of all joy can be attained through meditation. I am telling you. Nothing can give you joy. That meditation should not be colored with cultural values, with religious touches, Hindu meditation, Christian meditation, Buddhist meditation. No need of it. Meditation is meditation. It's a method of going to the center of consciousness from where consciousness flows on various degrees and grades. How to make body still so that during that time your muscles take complete rest. How to breathe well in a harmonious way so that body and breath coordinates perfectly and your nervous system, you see, gets perfect rest. How to lead your mind to a state of equilibrium even for a few minutes, for some time, so that your brain and thinking process remains at rest. This way you can lead healthy life in a comprehensive way, in a holistic way. This is my point. We'll explain all this. Today I gave you a little bit introduction of the Upanishad, Mandukya Upanishad, shortest.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability. What you might not know is performance and
Paramata parami tatiyang nekhamma parami nekhamma upaparami nekhamma paramata parami jatutam panya parami panya upaparami panya paramata parami pancamang wirya parami Viriya upaparami Viriya paramata parami Sakamang kanti parami kanti upaparami kanti paramata parami Sakamang saca parami saca upaparami saca paramata parami atamang aditana parami aditana upaparami aditana paramata parami nawamang metta parami metta upaparami metta paramata parami tasamang ubeka parami ubeka upaparami ubeka paramata parami samati saparami maiti metta karuna mudita ubeka
พันธมยังอุทิศนาติธานาคาทายโยพนามเตอิมินาปุญญกรรมเมนะโอปัจจายาคุณุตลาอาจาริโยปการาจามาตาปิตา จยาตกาสุริโยจันติมาราชาอุณาวันตานราปิจารามมาราชอินทาจาโลกปาราชเทวตายะโมมิตามนุสสาจามัจจตาเวริกาปิจาสัพเพสัตตาสุขีโหนตุปุญญานิปกตานิเมสุขังจติวิตังเทนตุอิปังปาเปทะโวมะตังอิมินาปุญญกรรมเมนะอิมินาอุทิเสนะจาอิปังสุรเตเจวะตันตุปาทานเชทนังเยสันตาเนหินาธรรมายาวานิพพานโตมะมังนาสันตุสัพพทาเยวะยะถาชาโตภเวภเวโอโชจิตตังสติปัญญาสันเลโกวิริยัมหินามาตาลพันตุโนกาสังกาตุนจาวิริเยสุเมพุทธาทิปะวโรนาโทธัมโมนาโทวรุตตโมนาโทปัจเจกพุทโธจาสังโฆนาโทตโรมะมังเอโสตมานุภาเวนะมาโลกาสัลลพันตุมาสัพเพสัตตาอเวลาโหนตุสัพเพสัตตาอภยาปัจจาโหนตุสัพเพสัตตาอนิคาโหนตุสัพเพสัตตาสุขีอัตตานังปริหารันตุ
Deadpants. When this happens, nothing happens. Dockers.
Why can't I make any changes without an admin approval? Why?
With Monday.com's the Psalms. Psalm 139. To the choir master, a psalm of David. O Lord, you have searched me and known me. You know when I sit down and when I rise up. You discern my thoughts from afar. You search out my path and my lying down, and are acquainted with all my ways. Even before a word is on my tongue, behold, O Lord, you know it altogether. You hem me in behind and before, and lay your hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high. I cannot attain it. Where shall I go from your spirit? Or where shall I flee from your presence? If I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, you are there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there your hand shall lead me, and your right hand shall hold me. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, and the light about me be night. Even the darkness is not dark to you. The night is bright as the day, for darkness is as light with you. For you formed my inward parts, you knitted me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works, my soul knows it very well. My frame was not hidden from you when I was being made in secret, intricately woven in the depths of the earth. Your eyes saw my unformed substance. In your book were written every one of them, the days that were formed for me, when as yet there was none of them. How precious to me are your thoughts, O God! How vast is the sum of them! If I would count them, they are more than the sand. I awake, and I am still with you. Oh, that you would slay the wicked, O God! O men of blood, depart from me. They speak against you with malicious intent. Your enemies take your name in vain. Do I not hate those who hate you, O Lord? And do I not loathe those who rise up against you? I hate them with complete hatred. I count them my enemies. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if there be any grievous way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting.